The HCC Board of Trustees meetings will begin at 1:30 this afternoon. Please join us then.
1:37 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The members of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Trustee myself, Eva Laredo, Trustee Robert Glazier, and Dr. Cynthia Linton-Gary. Alternates are Trustee Rhonda Skilling-Jones, so welcome. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Academic and Student Affairs Committee. We have several topics. The first one, item A, proposed baccalaureate degrees, Bachelor of Applied Technology in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, and Bachelor of Applied Science in Healthcare Management, Respiratory Specialization. This is a report. No action is required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, good afternoon. This is a follow-up on the discussion of a baccalaureate degrees that was held during the October 20th workshop and provides some clarifying points that were asked at that meeting. The two proposed bachelor's degrees presented are a Bachelor's of Applied Technology in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics and Bachelor's of Applied Science in Health Management Respiratory Specialization. Action on the recommended approvals are agenda items B and C immediately following this report. Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll turn the presentation over to Dr. Perez and Dr. Madeline Brillo-Hopkins and Dr. Phil Nicotera.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, everyone. As the Chancellor's already introduced the topic, it pretty much is we wanted to come back and present to you what our final degree plans are for both of these programs, as well as some additional information regarding some of the questions that were asked at the special workshop. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and ask Dr. Barillo, with your permission, to come on up and make the presentation on the robotics degree, and then Dr. Nicotera will make this presentation in reference to the healthcare degree. Dr. Barillo?
Thank you, Dr. Perez, trustees, chancellor, and colleagues. I see here Dr. Perez indicated the two proposals that we present today, and I'll start with the artificial intelligence and robotics degree. As we all know, right now we live in the age of big data, an age in which we have the capacity to collect huge sums of information too cumbersome for a person to process. The global workforce is undergoing a massive technological shift that many are calling the fourth industrial revolution. From digital assistants to driverless cars to automation, healthcare applications, and more, advances in artificial intelligence, machine vision sensors, motors, hydraulics, and materials are changing the way products and services are being delivered. As a result, a surge in tech talent for building, operating, and maintaining advanced robots and analyzing data has emerged and is growing exponentially. I am extremely proud to present the Center of Excellence Digital and Information Technology proposal plan for the offering of a bachelor's degree in applied technology in artificial intelligence and robotics. The center continues to address growing demand in high technological skills areas and in providing access to these programs that provide access to educational opportunities that will lead to high economic mobility. The rationale for us, in addition to what I just mentioned to you, is that currently there's no bachelor's degree are available in the Houston area, in our region, in artificial intelligence. Indeed, HCC offers the only associate degree in artificial intelligence, not only in our region, but in our state. And I anticipate that's not going to be, not much longer will we be able to claim to be the only ones, since we're already getting calls from different colleges. But HCC has a foundational program, an AAS in artificial intelligence, which, as you all know, thanks to your support, it launched last fall in the middle of COVID-19. and already has over 51 students that have declared this degree as their major. And computer science students are now taking courses in artificial intelligence as part of their electives. AI is a technical field with broad applications across all industry sectors, including aerospace, and we have NASA here, medical with the Texas Medical Center, transportation and logistics and global supply with the Houston Airport, Port of Houston and the airports, finance, automation, industrial technology, among others. We built this BAT the same way we did the associate's degree, listening to industry and with strong industry support from technology leaders in this field, including Amazon AWS, Intel, NVIDIA, Apple, Dell, and many others. This program represents HCC's leadership in workforce education for our region, and more importantly, will provide affordable access to a degree pathway in high demand with high wages that yield high economic mobility and creates a talent pipeline for employers in our region of highly skilled individuals. The last time we were here, you asked a lot of questions about enrollment, and I want to be able to address those to you today. Our recruitment plan for the bachelor's degree in applied technology includes completers from the AI degree that started in fall, that will be graduating by the time we start this program, as well as completers from various other degree plans from the Center of Excellence, including from networking, cybersecurity, programming, and cloud computing. Strategies for recruitment also include targeting graduates from pre-engineering, from electronics engineering programs, and externally, we also plan to target incumbent workers needing to upskill. The enrollment projections represent new students per year, adjusted with an attrition rate of 49%. We use 49% because there's not a benchmark for attrition on a bachelor's degree, since we haven't offered it before, but the 49% is based on our associate's degree in computer science. The expenditure projections are higher for year one, as you will see, and include initial cost for curriculum development and equipment needed, as well as network drops for 2 new labs that will not be needed in the future years. Other assumptions include that the program will be offered every semester, 3 semesters per year, and an initial increase, obviously when we first start, will be 100%, and 50% increase in enrollment years 2 through 5. We anticipate and projected expenses to increase 3% annually, mostly on salaries. Our revenue projections are based on the enrollment projections, the current tuition, and estimated contact hour reimbursement. You can see the tables here, where we currently, another question that was asked was our faculty and our capacity. We currently have 3 faculty members in computer science that have doctorate degrees, 1 in physics, 1 in data science, and the other one in computer science. And actually, they were particularly our faculty member in physics has been tremendously involved in the development of this program with his background. So we project needing to hire 1 additional faculty to launch and adjuncts, and as well, and we anticipate needing an additional faculty in year 3, that will be 2025, 2026. Based on the growth of job openings in this field, this program offering will help support the economic development not only of the region, but also of the state. Dr. Nicotera, any questions for me at this point? No. Dr. Nicotera?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I did have a question. Do you want to wait till both presentations before?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Chancellor. Thanks for a couple of moments to be up here and talk about our bachelor's degree in healthcare. What you're going to see is the next 4 slides are exactly the same as Dr. Barillo's. You've already seen that. The only thing different in there is some of the data is different. Some of it is very similar. So I will, start out with the first slide. We'll talk about the rationale, which I talked about last time. I think the greatest impetus for us moving to a bachelor degree is back a few years ago, our third-party accreditor, and it had been talked about for many years, had moved the entry to practice as a bachelor degree. All AAS programs were grandfathered in. But as we see that as a trend, and so sometime in the near future, we might see more of the employers looking for graduates in the field of respiratory care with a bachelor's degree. And so I think we're on the forefront of that by adding the bachelor's degree to our program. Secondly, it really provides graduates of the program with the opportunities for career advancement. And that's really important. Many of the large hospital systems or medical systems have a tiered system whereby a employee will earn a greater salary the more degrees that they have in certifications. And so this will allow them to achieve some of that. Also, it will give them the opportunity to move into management positions. So I think there's a lot of good reason for us to go there and offer this for our students. But I also want to say this is not only for our students. This program will attract graduates from our program, will also attract graduates from other programs. We will do this program, even though we will submit it as a face-to-face, a hybrid, and an online program. The makeup of this program is really online and can be done all online. And so that will give us the opportunity to actually market nationally if we so choose to. As you can see, healthcare and all of the allied professions in healthcare are always a strong employer. You can see that the job growth is estimated at 6%. Moving into 2026 in more than 11,000 annual openings. Right here in the Houston market, with the Texas Medical Center, there's always a shortage of allied healthcare workers. In fact, in the past few weeks, I've been working both with Memorial Hermann and HCA, and one of the areas that they have needs in is respiratory care. So and along with others, but that's something that we see right now happening. Again, speaking to some of the questions that arose in the last meeting, this is very similar to what Dr. Barillo-Hopkins presented. We've calculated our attrition to be about 49% in our program. Again, that's based on an estimated fall-to-fall retention rate in past history. A program such as this one, we're going to see students that will come in, some full-time and some part-time, because the students that enter our program will have already attained an Associate of Applied Science in respiratory care. And so most likely they're going to be working. So we might see a lot of them going in in a part-time mode. And some of them, we'll see some stop-outs that they need to take off a semester or two. I think that we're estimating that to be a very real possibility. The nice thing about our program, the only thing we need is faculty. We need one full-time faculty member, and we need some adjuncts. And you'll see that on one of the other slides. But we don't need any equipment. We have great labs at Coleman. Again, this is going to be mainly online, so labs in space would not be an issue here. We'll see that the Assumption 2 classes are taught per semester. That's because our faculty member will be 10.5 months. However, if the students will go full-time, there are other courses that they will need to take in the bachelor degree route. So, they'll still have 60 credit hours. And many of those 60 credit hours are in courses that we already teach here at HCC. And so you'll see our projected revenues are based on the enrollment that we have estimated in our current tuition rate and contact reimbursement and reimbursement for healthcare programs. Here you can see our head count as we go forward. Always trying to start out a little bit on the conservative side with 10 students and then moving our way up to 64. We will remain at one full-time faculty member. And as we need, we'll add adjuncts. We do have several PhD faculty already in the program, so I think we're well positioned there. And then you will see that where we begin to show a profit, it'll be in the third year of the program. And then this one will show the workforce projections for Texas. The other one and so here you can see again a very, very strong market for the respiratory care field. We also show here respiratory therapy and our retention rate there. So the head count refers to full-time students in the program, to all students in the program full-time. Our program's the AAS is full-time. Program is a 2-year program. So that's all of the students. So we're only going to, we normally take in about 24 to 25 per year. And so we would expect to graduate, if we retained all of the 24 or 25 students, to graduate 24 or 25. But we do have some attrition there. Each program, especially in this one, they all have retention plans and examine where the issues might be to better retain students. And now unless there's any questions for me, or we're waiting to the end, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I will turn it back over to Dr. Perez to go through the implementation timeline. Thank you.
Dr. Perez, let's go ahead and ask some questions. Give time for the questions right now before we go to the next part.
I was just going to conclude it,
Oh, okay.
with your permission.
Go ahead.
All right, so again, I just wanted to emphasize the timeline. As you recall, we presented at the special board meeting last month, and we feel that we're pretty confident that we're ready to go forward with the coordinating board. And the urgency here is the fact that the coordinating board has indicated that they may take up to a year to approve the bachelor's degree, because just like any agency, they also have a committee that reviews these, and then it goes through their board. And so we're trying to get ahead of that so that we can at least get it on their calendar to begin to review these degrees. And then in addition to that, we also have to make an application to SACS. So we want to be able to do that as we're waiting to hear from the coordinating board. And once we get an approval from the coordinating board, then we'll be able to submit our application to SACS. But we can begin the application for SACS now. And again, the application to SACS is to move us, or to allow us to also offer level 2, for us to become a level 2 institution, which means that they authorize us to award bachelor degrees. So that's our timeline. It has both of these programs, both of these degrees have gone through our curriculum council, and they've gone through our dean's council. So it's gone through all of the internal processes. It's gone through the executive council. And so now we're presenting it to you for your approval to allow us to move this forward. So now if you have any questions, my colleagues and I are here to address those.
Thank you. Dr. Flowers, you had a question?
Yes, I don't know if anyone else on the committee wanted to first.
Oh, anybody, committee? No, that's fine.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We're all here, so.
Okay, I appreciate you, Madam Chair. So my question is, when we looked at attrition, and the numbers are high in terms of expectation with enrollment, but when you look at those that are graduating, those numbers drop drastically. And I understand that there are certain things that occur, barriers, of course, that impact graduation and completion. So what is the plan or strategy of how do we observe and learn and put things in place to ensure successful completion of the students through the program, so that, because, you know, I would like to see over time that those numbers take this giant leap, but it's this gradual, you know, increase. And so want to know what are the thoughts, and I guess past programs, you know, you all do this, and so I'm new to understanding how do we deal with attrition.
Well, thank you for your question, Trustee. That is an area that we continue to work with as an institution. As you know, one of our number one goals in our strategic plan is student success. And so we have put into place a lot of initiatives. You know, we talked about the tutoring that we offer. We talked about the supplemental instruction. We're beginning to do a better job in terms of talking to the students when they first come in to try to determine what is it that you want to pursue. Because we all know that if they know what they want at the end, then they're going to be much more enthusiastic about their program and hopefully lead to completion. We're also working on professional development with our faculty in terms of, what are some of the strategies you can use within the classroom that can help to bring those students along that you see are struggling with learning that material, and being able for them to refer students to the appropriate person, whether it's tutoring or whether it's one-on-one discussion with them in terms of what's going on with them in the classroom. And then, of course, we're trying to help them with needs that they may have outside of the classroom that are identified by the faculty or even our student services side of the house to, again, better give those students those resources that they need in order to be successful. So there are a lot of initiatives going on. You'll hear a little bit about that at our next presentation when we talk about college readiness. But again, that is a major emphasis for us in beginning to look at those retention numbers, and we have implemented some strategies in order to really address that as an institution.
If I may add to that, Dr. Reagan Flowers, the other assumption, and thank you, the other assumption on the projections
We're like, where's the voice coming from?
is that we, as Dr. Nicotera mentioned, many of these individuals will be working. So in our projections, we anticipate that they'll be taking about 9 credit hours per semester, which means it's going to take them longer to complete. And as a result, you see the graduation numbers increasing, but it won't be until year 5 that you see that number that you're expecting to see to go up. But our projections for this purpose were for 5 years, but we anticipate that number to then increase year 5 and after.
Okay,
Hope
thank you.
that makes sense.
It does,
Okay.
it does. It definitely helps me understand. And last question, with those high numbers that you're projecting over the 5 years, it's important, I guess for us to maintain balance and load for our faculty, right? And so have we looked at past programs? How well do we do when we make these projections 5 years out and we hit these increased enrollment numbers with hiring the faculty in a timely manner so that the current faculty that's there have some support and they're not feeling the pressure of carrying a larger load because we haven't been able to add to the faculty to help balance things out?
I'll address that. One of the things that we do here is that, we have the full-time temporary faculty positions. So if we run into a situation, because we like to see those enrollments increase, but we are able to hire a faculty member on a temporary basis for a year, in most cases, if we find that there's a large enrollment and we really need a full-time faculty to assist us. So at that particular point, we'll hire a full-time faculty. If it demonstrates that, in fact, that enrollment is continuing to grow, then that's when we make decisions in terms of using our faculty need analysis to make those determinations that we may have to ask for a new faculty member for the next academic year. So we've been able to do that successfully.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Sure. One of the things that we did when we did the nursing plan was for a specific number of enrollments, we would add a faculty member. So when we reached that benchmark, then we would ask for the faculty member. The other thing that we do, since Coleman takes secondary applications to Coleman and to specific programs, we monitor on a weekly basis the number of applications per program. And then we compare it year over year and look at the trends. So if we start to see an increase in the number of applications in a specific area, then we probably feel pretty comfortable we might need to ask for a new faculty member. But in our plan, like for example for nursing, it was built in when we would get faculty members based on the increase in students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees?
I have one question.
Robert?
I have one question. Can you all give us the scenario, you can email it to us, for students finishing with 2 courses per semester instead of 3? If you're working full-time, 9 hours is a lot of credit hours to take in healthcare or science. So if you all could submit to us what it looks like if students do 2 credit courses per semester and what that graduation rate would look like.
And we'll be glad to do that. We also anticipate that there will be a number of people who will go full-time. And so we use 9 hours to balance your point of 6 hours versus some that will be going full-time. But we'll be glad to give you the information for 6 hours completion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I will add, in healthcare, we only have a couple of programs in which students can go part-time right now. So we'll gather that particular data, but it may not be respective of all of the programs, but we'll provide that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Glacier.
Part of the success of these programs is not only the graduation of students, but their ability to get employment in the marketplace. I've seen the information presented as to what's out there as far as availability and and what's being paid. I look at this and I compare it to, like, there's always a chronic teacher shortage, and it's not because we can't graduate enough teachers. It's because the pay doesn't drive enough folks into the area. Do we know that the shortages that we're seeing, the anticipated needs in the marketplace for some of these programs, is driven by lack of education and training, or is it that there's just not enough people willing to do the job for what's currently being offered in the marketplace? And I would offer, looking at parallel programs or similar programs, what are the employment rates for the graduates that are coming out of these programs? Because if they're very high, that would, to me, would indicate that, yes, there is in fact a need based on the fact that there are not enough capable people coming into the marketplace. Whereas if we're graduating folks, or other programs that are similar to this are graduating folks, and we're not seeing a real high transfer from graduation to employment, then maybe we need to look at some other factors as to why there is such a demand in the marketplace, but that may not necessarily be tying to supplying what they need. It may be an issue with what's out there in the market, and I'm just concerned that we may go into a program, and I think the focus is making sure that we get our graduates employed. That's tying the knot. That's closing the loop on this, and I want to make sure that we have measurements in place to make sure that we are placing the graduates out of our programs into gainful employment. That, to me, that's a measure of success of the program, and I hope that we have a system in place. Actually, for our Centers of Excellence programs, I hope that we can come up with a standardized measurement of evaluation that can be overlaid on all these programs that have to do with graduation rates, retention rates, employment rates, things of this nature that can be used on a regular basis to measure the success and give us the valuable feedback we need to know what we need to do to make in-course changes. So I'm excited about the program. I'm excited about you guys rolling this out. I anticipate the supply will find jobs, but I hope that we look at these other aspects to make sure that we're on the right track and we're not missing a perspective on this. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dr. Perez, one question, based on just listening to what Robert was saying, I'm just curious to know if intern or externships will be incorporated into the program, because I think it would be very beneficial, with that type of experience to, help with possible employment, which is a concern of my colleague.
I'm going to defer to both Dr. Barillo and Dr. Nicotero.
Okay, I'll go first. Since, in terms of the Bachelor in Respiratory, since the students have an AAS, they've done a significant amount of internships, and so they already have their degree and their credential. So they would not be doing any clinical or internship classes during this program. but they've had extensive internships during their AAS. And then secondly, most of these, all of these students will be working in the field. So they're already there. They're just, what they're trying to do is to advance their career. So they already have the clinical skill.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Was there going to be, can Dr. Burlow speak to the, yes?
Yes,
you.
thank you. So for the artificial intelligence program, you're going to hear today about our how much we are actually moving into work-based learning for all of our programs. Similarly to Dr. Nicotera's program, one of the requirements to come in will be that they'll have an associate's degree, and more than likely they're employed. But our advisory committee has made the commitment to work with us to be able to create those apprenticeships and work-based learning opportunities for our students, starting with our associate's degree students. One of the things that we find is that when they go out and they graduate, many times the technology industry is not only asking for the degree, but also for the experience. So our conversation with employers is to build that experience, we got to have an apprenticeship. And we also believe that that's really the new model for higher education, particularly for many of our students, is to be able to allow them not to have to choose between a job and going to school, but being able to do both. So we intend to do both, and we have an extraordinary, wonderful advisory committee made up of many of the local employers and large technical companies helping us with their vendors to do just that.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next one. Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed new degree, Bachelor of Applied Technology in Artificial Intelligence and Robotics?
So moved.
There a second? I second. Moved in second. We'll now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The presentation we just heard was pursuant to this degree. Attached to the agenda is the degree plan. It shows the courses that will be required that were prepared by the curriculum committee and the deans and the content experts. And we'll be glad to answer any questions the trustees might have on this item.
Trustees, any questions? Committee chairs, committee? Robert?
Just a quick question. Is this I guess this curriculum is what's submitted for accreditation purposes?
Now, we've advised the coordinating board and the Higher Education Regional Council of the intent to submit. The step after the board approves will be to submit to the coordinating board, as you saw on the timeline. Then it'll go to SACS and the other accrediting bodies.
Yeah. There's no further questions, and committee members, we're now ready to vote on item B. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 3 to 0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item C, proposed new degree, Bachelor of Applied Science in Healthcare Management, Respiratory Care Specialization?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, similar to the prior item, this presentation was made under item A. The same circumstances apply. What you see in the agenda item is a proposed curriculum yet to be submitted for review by the coordinating board and the accrediting bodies, but was prepared by the content experts and our curriculum department, and we recommend approval of this item.
Thank you. Any discussion? Further discussion? No? If none, voting is now open. Board members, committee members, please cast your vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you. The next item is D, college readiness and dual credit enrollment trends. This is also a report. No action is required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Trustees. This report highlights dual credit enrollment trends at the college. It also presents college readiness data for incoming students, which impacts the enrollment in remediation and co-requisite programs. As the board heard last month in our co-rec program presentation, the program has proven to be successful in guiding students to a successful completion of entry-level courses and continuing on at HCC. And we plan to expand that co-requisite model into students that are in traditional remedial courses. That'll be hopefully coming in the next year as we work toward increased capacity there. And with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Perez and Dr. Desmond Lewis for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Trustees. If you recall, we presented on the co-requisite program at HCC, and there were questions that were raised in reference to college readiness. And so we thought we'd come back and tell you a little bit more about college readiness. And at the same time, we're also going to give you some enrollment data on dual credit. Keep in mind that the dual credit students must be college ready when they sign up for a dual credit course. We wanted you to see that enrollment. However, we will bring you a presentation in early spring regarding our dual credit program so that you can see the enrollment there, more specifically the student success rates and the outcomes of those students, and that will be again in a presentation in spring. This is basically to talk to you a little bit about the college readiness where we stand as an institution, what are some of the things that we're doing, and then take a look at how our dual enrollment has progressed at HCC. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Dr. Desmond Lewis to come forward and present.
Thank you, and committee members, this is something that I had requested so that we could all, see how we can help our dual credit be more successful and have a better partnership with our ISDs. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Trustees, Chancellor, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I will provide you with an update on college readiness and dual credit trends. As we review the information, please keep in mind that the data presented represents two periods, pre-COVID and COVID-impacted data. The following presentation includes clear indication of the college's ongoing ability to change and grow. Growth not just in dual credit enrollment, but also in our ability to meet the anticipated needs of our students as a student-ready college. To this end, understanding the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board's college readiness standard is necessary to be able to fully comprehend the current academic landscape in which we operate. Furthermore, as previously noted, taking into due consideration the pre-COVID and COVID periods, a review of placement measures, the dual credit student success framework, dual credit enrollment trends, and readiness strategies will also provide context as to college readiness and dual credit enrollment trends. As often happens with challenge, the barriers brought about, such as those brought on by the onset of COVID, led to substantive change to many aspects of the college's student intake mechanisms. One such critical change is the use of multiple measures placement, which started in fall of 2020. It should also be noted that the college experienced dual credit enrollment increases between 2014 and 2021. Now, I'll pause here to reiterate again that the time frame noted should be considered as pre-COVID and COVID periods, whereas the college experienced multiple weather-related challenges during the same time frame. In other words, the college was able to leverage its resources and meet the moment to continue to work towards student success and operational improvement. One such byproduct of the leveraging was the development of the integration of readiness strategies that are framed within HCC's Student Success Framework. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board considers a student to be college ready through assessment that demonstrates ability to successfully complete freshman level academic coursework. Here's the definition provided to you from THECB. And as you see here, it gives you clear indication of what it takes to be college ready. Using the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board's measure for college readiness, here are the percentages for first-time in college students for fall 2019, which again is a pre-COVID period, and fall 2020, which was our first full COVID period. This slide determines how students came into the college. And as you can see, 44% came in college ready during the fall of 2020. Now, this would mean that the percentage of college-ready students would have increased by spring 2021 following the successful completion of the co-requisite courses for that 43% who were not college ready that were enrolled during the fall of 2020. The 13% shown here of unknown, those are students who had no assessment. Now again, that was due to COVID, the challenges presented during COVID. And it should be mentioned that the fall 2019 was the last pre-COVID fall semester that we had, and fall 2020 was the first COVID full semester and fall semester, which translates again to a lot of change and growth. With that said, another area of change is in placement, how we're placing our students within our courses and determining their readiness. Listed here are various means of placement assessment that are used to determine college readiness. Of course, these include the noted assessments of the ACT, SAT, STAR, PSAT, Aspire, and those are assessments that are normally given during K-12. The TSIA-2, which is the Texas Success Initiative Assessment, is required unless otherwise exempt or waived for the student coming to a college, a public college. The aforementioned assessments are some of the ways by which a student's requirement to take the TSIA-2 may be waived. However, in addition to the ACT, SAT, and the rest of those, COVID-related challenges led to the implementation of many different operational changes, including additional means of placement assessment. Thus, multiple measures were implemented again during the fall of 2020 as one of the primary methods of placement assessment, which is a more accurate assessment of our students' ability to be able to meet the needs of college-level coursework. Finally, House Bill 5's college prep course is yet another alternative route to achieve college readiness for high school students. Now, this mostly pertains to seniors who were ineligible for dual credit enrollment. Cumulatively, all of the discussed placement assessments allow for more accurate placement upon entry into the college, which aids in readiness designations for our first-time in college students. The college has also adopted a student success framework to better map student progression from connection to entry to progress and completion all the way through advancement. The 4 points of progression in the student life cycle have given the college an opportunity to capture succinct aspects of the student experience, departmental practices, success strategies, and expected outcomes associated with each point of progression as seen here. Since the dual credit adaptation of the Student Success Framework has many areas that could merit a lot more detailed discussion, for the sake of time, I will limit my discourse to the success strategies row. In the success strategies row, the connection column indicates the success strategies that align, that means to start the connection between the student and the college and the development of building a sense of belonging and the cultivation of a sense of agency that will lead to their ultimate success. The entry column presents strategies designed to ensure students are provided with the necessary initial supports, and again, I'll underscore that, those initial supports upon entry to begin in their development of becoming independent learners, which is arguably one of the primary reasons for seeking a post-secondary education. So, the first two columns for connection and entry, points of progression, are designed to fold into one another to compound the support impact. In other words, Although success strategies are listed in separate points of progression in the student life cycle here in this framework, the intent is to progressively equip students with strategic supports as ongoing toolkits of self-reliance and agency. As for the progression and completion column, these strategies continue in the same compound building process for strategies listed under connection and entry. To this end, the advancement column represents the culmination of the 3 previous points of progression and leads to off-boarding experience, either into further educational pathways or directly into a workplace. Here we're going to begin to shift gears just a little bit and review our dual credit enrollment trends from 2014 to 2021, which also helps to evidence the impact of the previously noted student success strategies. And according to what Dr. Perez was saying earlier, this is just an overview of those enrollment trends. A more detailed and elaborate full presentation of the dual credit program will be in a subsequent presentation. When we're reviewing the data from dual credit enrollment by district and academic year, it is apparent that the overall enrollment trend is trending up, with the largest ISD partner in the area contributing to the most of the dual credit population. Still, let me tell you, please do not be startled by what seems to be a massive decrease in HISD's enrollment numbers. The 2021 and 2022 data are incomplete and only represent enrollment numbers from fall 2021, whereas the other years reflect the full academic year. And we do anticipate growth, and we're working towards that for the spring, so that should bring that up a bit. Now, here's the same data from the previous slide. However, you can see the actual enrollment numbers. Now, clearly visible is that when we look at the total enrollment numbers, that the college was trending up prior to the onset of the pandemic. Again, please note that right now the 21-22 only reflects the fall enrollment data. When we look at dual credit enrollment by district using fall-to-fall comparisons, we see the same upward trend and pattern as in the previous graph and table. Also, please be reminded that changes, challenges, and growth have consistently occurred between 2014 and 2021. Now again, during this period, that includes we've met the challenge of hurricanes and the pandemic. Now in 2017, during Hurricane Harvey, we know the challenges that were there, and of course, we're still dealing with the challenges of COVID at this time. Looking at the totals on this slide, we see a trending up with a slight decrease this fall 2021 semester. Again, this better captures where we are if we're just looking at fall to fall semesters and you look at those numbers. And once again, I remind you that the data for the years of 2014 to 2021 include pre-COVID and COVID periods, and they both necessitate strategic measures to become a true student-ready college. These strategic measures are realized through readiness strategies. Now, when developing our readiness strategies, we look to evidence-based approaches that can help us to yield sustained positive impacts that lead to student success. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board suggests the following as college readiness best practices. So, in adherence to these suggestions, we have and will continue to implement the following readiness strategies. Now, as I move on to these and you look at the first, the robust partnering with school districts through our PSOR, which is now considered College Connections, we're working with our district partners to better aid our students from the entry period all the way through advancement and moving forward with their academic pathways. And that starts at the beginning of each fall semester. Each dean throughout the district at the various colleges, the student services side, they identify their high schools, and with their teams, they deploy teams out to begin to help those students at each one of those high schools in their onboarding and all the way through their entire process. That includes parents' nights, FAFSA nights, info sessions, and this culminates in the spring with the completion of an application for HCC, and around March and April of the spring semester begin to onboard many of those students. And that continues all the way working through the year up until the summer semester where it starts again. Here, there are both future and current state strategies that are listed. Now, the majority of this is all ongoing, and I want to emphasize that. All of the work that we're doing, we are continuing to improve initiatives that we've already started, and we're adding to them to grow the impact of how those various strategies can be leveraged throughout the system. The listed strategies here are divided based upon the points of progression in the dual credit student success framework where they are noted: connection, entry, progress, and completion. For example, under connection, the implementation of a college Zoom lobby with designated personnel to assist dual credit students is being developed. We already have them in our college readiness area, launched this week. We have them in our CE languages, and this allows for students to immediately reach out if they don't have transportation or someone on their behalf. Admissions advisors are being deployed throughout the district strategically as an ongoing liaisons between the college and our dual credit partners. Now, that's on top of our P16 directors, our success coaches, and all of the other layers of support that are there that Dr. Perez mentioned earlier with the earlier presentations, such as you'll see them in the progress and completion, our ADA accommodations, our tutoring, so forth and so on. The development of digital sharing procedures already developed and is further being developed. And what that means is that with our dual credit partners, information on our students is being shared between the ISDs and the college, so we're better able to support and see where those students' gaps may be and where we can help with our resources to shore them up. And an online new student orientation for dual credit students has been implemented. And again, that helps with access and making sure that parents, of course, many of our parents are working, and our students are learning more about digital literacy, are able to work and move into the whole idea of becoming independent learners and academicians. Under entry, to build on the connection strategies mentioned, at the entry stage, the college offers TSI prep courses for dual credit students. However, the ISDs have not been able to take full advantage of these, trying to work them into the student schedules, but they are available to those ISDs, and we ensure that that information is out there and the ISDs are familiar with it. Currently, we offer TSI training through our AEL population, and that's taking place this semester. Dual Credit has also created a resource handbook that is being shared digitally with our partners and students to increase agency and their ability to navigate the entire process of dual credit. And the college now provides access to laptops and hotspots. And again, I think we all can see how that's really useful for those students who may not have the ability to have that technology on a consistent basis. Under progress and completion, to leverage the success initiatives, the Bridge, or the Puente program, is exploring dual credit cohorts. We're moving towards that has to do with cultural relevance and cultural impacts in regard to the instruction. Offering more face-to-face for our students, and the use of inclusive access and OER for reduced cost students. All of these, again, the college has and is employing multiple integrated readiness strategies that are designed to function with compounded impact on the student experience. These strategies align with the dual credit student success framework to ensure continuity of purpose and clearly articulate points of progressive support in the student life cycle. To continue in the college's ability to change and grow and to ensure our college readiness and continuing trending up in dual credit enrollment, we are in the process of continuing to develop and work through our Zoom lobbies to make sure, again, students have that access, to further expand and to continue to work with our TSI academies and boot camps. The integration, like I said before, of the Bridge is a cohort program. I should have mentioned that earlier. A cohort program that allows students to transition from high school into college, or if they're working through dual credit, the same type of patterns which we all know those work. And implementation of admission advisors, again, an additional layer of support all the way from the connection period throughout the life cycle of the student in the dual credit programming. Embedded tutors, those tutors who are directly either assigned to that school or into that class, that helpful support that's right there available to the student, and to continue to develop our data sharing processes to receive more accurate and timely information to be leveraged. So in conclusion, I would just like to say that multiple measures placements, we have multiple measures placements those gives us various options to determine students' readiness. Our dual credit enrollment has significantly changed and increased during 2014 to 2021. And again, bear in mind that the 2021 data is just for the fall and the impact of COVID and the pre-COVID periods. Our dual credit students are provided multiple readiness opportunities, and those include CPC course, which is House Bill 5, for those students who are ineligible for dual credit. And our dual credit student success framework provides designated support. So it allows us to track where the students are, how those supports can be leveraged, and how best we can continue to help our students move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? Robert?
Just one. Oh, Robert, please.
Thank you. I'm curious if you guys have any type of information regarding the statistics between the dual credit students that participate in their resident schools versus our early college high schools.
That information, we'll be gathering that information. I'm sure we do have that available, and at the subsequent presentation, I'll be able to give that to you. So you want the resident schools, those that are embedded in those high schools, and those within our early college high schools?
Right.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Dr. Flowers?
Good question. If you share with all of us?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm sure you said it, and maybe I can zone out.
Yeah.
On the slide where you had the 2020 data and you had the 13% unknown, what do we attribute that to?
COVID,
That's the
COVID-related
COVID?
challenges. Yeah,
Okay,
right,
okay.
right. Yeah, COVID has created a lot of challenges, especially, remember, the fall 2020 when those students were coming in, that was our first full fall semester. Making those shifts to be able to determine that readiness as the college was moving back and forth and meeting those needs, so that's what it was.
Okay, thank you.
Any other?
I have one comment. I know that HISD is requiring students to choose what they call an endorsement as early as, what, 7th grade or beginning of 8th grade. Are we paralleling our paths so that the students who are coming, who have made decisions, can now at least see what their entry options are?
Yes, and that's under the entry with the pathway planning. As those students have those endorsements in the K through 12, our P16 directors, the those success coaches are working with them to continue on that path. And that ties into what the previous presentation was too. As you start to move up and tier up a bit, you begin to see at those points where we have the opportunities to continue to engage with our students. Again, for the readiness strategies, and for me, it's about building that sense of belonging. We have something that's going to get them in through the door, and that's the entry, but the progress and completion, we need something that's going to keep them here. And the thing that's going to keep them here, as was stated earlier, what happens at the tail end, what happens in regard to employment, what happens with moving forward. So to answer your question succinctly, yes, those endorsements are being paired with the pathway planning with our P16 directors and the success coaches.
And are students able to enter into this program in 9th grade rather than second semester 10th grade?
The dual credit program?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that students, in regard to the programming to each one of the districts through the MOUs, as we work with our different districts, the onboarding process with those students are determined, again, by the agreements with those respective districts or ISDs to determine where they want their students to enter into the college. But of course, there are also special admissions processes for those persons who do not meet those standards. But as stated earlier, all of our dual credit students must be deemed college ready. One of the things we're trying to emphasize, and we as I'm saying within college readiness in P16, is that CPC course. With the CPC course, for those students who are seniors who don't really meet that measure to ensure that they are college ready, taking that course will give them and that's under House Bill 5, will give them also credits to graduate, but also give them a status of being deemed college ready. So when they come into the college, they have, they're able to go right into their coursework. But let me tell you this too, even if those students don't meet the mark of being college ready, don't forget we have the co-requisite program of which we're going to continue to flesh out, and as Dr. Maldonado was saying earlier, continue to widen the net, but intentionally, strategically. So we're not just pulling everyone in, but when we pull them in, and that's one of the reasons why we have this student success framework on here. The student success framework allows us for clearly targeted snapshots of how we can engage with our students, how we can articulate the supports that we have, and how we can begin to track and measure those supports as they are being leveraged in a compounded way.
And can international baccalaureate students, are they eligible to take our honors classes if they're at the IB level?
Now, that's something I would need to go back and research, and I would find out that for you and get that information to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Dr. Skilling-Jones.
Thank you for such a thorough presentation. I do have a couple questions. Where it's listed, the private schools, the charter schools, if you could get us, like I'd like to know which privates and charters they are for a couple of reasons. To be able to see if it's 2 schools and 23 kids at each school, or if we have just, 13 schools, 2 or 3 at each school, just how that, those numbers fall out.
Oh, so you want me to get the breakdown of the...
Of the privates and charters,
Gotcha.
who they are. And then online, like for, Texas Connections, that kind of thing, would that fall under other, where homeschool and other is? Okay, so that would be where the online schools would be listed. Okay. Thank you. And my colleague, Priyetta, it's not just HISD, but all Texas students have to do that by 8th grade now. Yeah. Everybody, not just HISD. And some students are entering like algebra and a couple of other courses, 4-credit courses in as early as 8th grade.
Thank you. Any other trustee? No? No? I see like, oh, man. Well, that's a great presentation, and it's always good to see the data, and, we have questions, people ask questions out there, make comments about our dual credit program, and I know that the early high schools have been the most successful, but I've seen a decline in the number of our early college high schools in graduation. And so when I go to those graduations and I ask the principals, why do we only have 75% graduating versus we used to have 98%? Well, there's that discrepancy within the school of, who can take those classes and not, and, so anyway, it's more administrative. So what I would like for us to do is I know the Houston ISD has a new superintendent, and so I would like to see us work closely with him so that we can make sure that, we inform him of what our program is, what our goals are, and how we can have a strong partnership. So that the students can all be successful, so that, instead of seeing the number drop, and I know COVID and all, but we've seen less and less, and some of the high schools that are not in the early college program are not taking advantage of what we have to offer. So I'm glad to see that we have that we're doing more recruiting, we're going there, but we want to make sure that they're opening the doors to you guys, because that's been one of the setbacks, is that, and the principals want to welcome you, but if their administration is not allowing them to, then we know how that goes. So I just want us to make sure that we have a strong partnership. I know I keep saying HISD because that's, my area, but I know that the other ones, we've also seen some drops. And I'm glad to see that we have more, that the privates, the charters, and the homeschools are participating now with our dual credit. And that speaks loudly about you guys are going out there and working it. So that's very important. And so we just got to keep working, So if you need us as trustees to go to some of those meetings, and that's, we'll do. I know I'm speaking for myself. I know I'll do it. And I know some of our trustees that want to see our students really succeed are on board as well.
Thank you.
So we thank you. Okay. Thank you. I apologize because we've gone over to the next committee meetings time, but we just have 2 more items. Item E, update on apprenticeship. Both of them are reports and in the commencement updates. So, Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair and trustees. The college continues to emerge from COVID with strengthened relationships with employers, trade unions, and other partners in the employment and higher ed area. As we reported last month, we're a founding member of the Greater Houston Apprenticeship Network that shows our commitment to continue to get students that working experience. And today we present our annual report on apprenticeship activities. With your permission to do that, I turn the floor over to Dr. Burla Hopkins and Dr. Mike Webster.
Good afternoon, trustees. Again, Chancellor, colleagues. The Department of Labor in August of this year reported that there are over 10.4 million job openings. Highly skilled tech talent. It's needed in every single sector. Work-based learning partnerships can bridge the gap between job seekers looking for a living wage and employers who need skilled workers. Apprenticeships have long been known to address skills gaps by providing an earn while you learn model that opens doors of opportunities and allows people to earn a salary while earning the practical skills required to do a job. More importantly, for our students, apprenticeships provide opportunities for individuals juggling with the decision of needing to work to meet life responsibilities versus going to college to develop the in-demand skills that would allow them opportunities for upper economic mobility. I am pleased to provide you an update report on workforce apprenticeship programs and partnerships at HCC, and our strategic focus on this model align with student success and increase employer engagement priorities of the ACC strategic plan. I'm going to ask Dr. Mike Webster, Associate Vice Chancellor of Workforce Instruction, to join me here and present the report as he leads this area for the college. Dr. Webster.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Barillo, and thank you, Chancellor and trustees. I'm pleased to offer up this presentation on our apprenticeships. In particular, I'm excited to do so because it takes away a little of the pain from last night. I can escape that game. So, there's a good reason that we're offering this up in November. The week of November 15th is National Apprenticeship Week, and so it is somewhat by design that we do so. Just to give a little context of apprenticeships and how they fit into work-based learning and as a whole, I offer up this continuum. So if you think about the least intensive work-based learning and then the most intensive, we would start with something around a problem or a project-based learning that happens in the classroom. Students might work on a solution to a problem at a job site. This leads into something like a day-long job shadowing or a week-long rotation of a company. And then you can pile on industry credentials and certifications from the college. From there, you might lead into what's called a micro-internship. This could be something that's virtual. It might be a 4-week internship that's generally not paid. And on top of that, a pre-apprenticeship where a student would engage in coursework at a college or a high school, and they would be partnered with an employer that would provide additional skills-based learning. Added to in intensity to that type of work-based learning would be an internship, which would be paid or unpaid, generally a year, 6 months, something like that. And then moving forward, you would have on-the-job training where students are learning from the employer at the employer's site. But I think the crown jewel in work-based learning is really the registered apprenticeship, and this is where students, apprentices, are working and learning at the same time at a company, and they're earning credit through the college at the same time. In particular, a registered apprenticeship is sponsored or is validated by the Department of Labor. They sign off on all the standards. There's a component of classroom instruction, on-the-job training, and then there's a wage progression so that as students build skill and time on the job, they get increased pay. Those are key components of the registered apprenticeship. From that, they generally get, the employers do, a larger pool of talent that they can choose from. In terms of benefits to the employer, obviously they're getting skills that are a high-skilled workforce, but it's been proven that they improve productivity and profitability for the employer over time just because of the efficiency that's caked into the training. Generally, there's a lower cost in training for the employer, and in fact, they get tax credits and wage reimbursement for their apprentices along the way. And then lastly, for the employer, it increases retention rates. And this last bullet reminds me of something that the COO from Merrick Brothers Construction said in a meeting once. Somebody had asked him, so, well, what if you train them and they leave? And his response was, well, what if I don't train them and they stay? It's just as bad. So there's an inherent need to make sure that we get skilled labor. For the students, they're earning and learning on the job. They're picking up their credentials along the way. They're receiving college credit from us. And they're learning alongside the subject matter experts in the field. So that's the key for them. Our apprenticeship programs, over time, these programs have almost been in place since the college has been in place. Our trade unions and our trade organizations that we've partnered with, they include the stationary engineers, the plumbers, the masons, the iron workers, asbestos abatement workers, the operating engineers, the glazers, pipe fitters, sheet metal, and then the independent electrical contractors. That last one is actually a merit shop. It's not a union organization. It's a different one. Now, the enrollment in these programs has remained pretty stable over time. There's some fluctuation, and that generally has to do with the employer membership that the unions have and trade associations. They get the call from the contractors and say, hey, we need so-and-so many this year based on the projects that we see. Can you train them up? So those numbers are generally pretty stable. Of course, there was a dip because of COVID. They stopped training in the facilities for some time, but they're picking back up now. Most of them are seeing some increase. Of course, with the bill that's being debated right now, there's some definite push around the infrastructure bill providing additional opportunities for these trainings. And then, over the last couple of years, there's been quite a bit of legislation that's loosened up the ability to offer up apprenticeships. And because of that, one of the things is before you had an employer that had to sponsor a registered apprenticeship, the college now can do so, and we actually own 4 different sets of standards for registered apprenticeships, and some of those are listed here. But so because of that, we're able to take on some of the burden for the employers. We actually input all the data into the DOL system. We help with compliance for the employers, and we can bring in consortiums of employers to provide the apprenticeship. Just some of the ones that we've been working to build, a truck driving apprenticeship, and this is a rather small one because you got basically one person teaching and then 1 to 2 people in the truck at a time. We have a JP Morgan Chase IT professional that we just concluded as part of a grant, a pharmacy technician program, and then this summer I was up here discussing the Aon insurance specialist program that they're the registered apprenticeship for. We also connect with Accenture. They actually hire our graduates into their apprenticeship. And then we have 3 pre-apprenticeships that we're building out. So I think we'll probably launch quite a few more of these pre-apprenticeships because there's a lot of push across the nation to do so and a lot of funding associated with that. The first one that's listed is the Home Builders Institute. It's with the Greater Houston Builders Association. Students do a program where they basically learn just fundamental skills in all the trades that you would need to build a house. And from that, at the end of the program, the employers come out, the residential contractors come out, and hire up them into their own apprenticeship. The Merrick Brothers Construction Academy is at our Southeast campus. It's a partnership with Merrick Brothers to do drywall and framing. It is a partnership with HISD also for Milby and Austin High School, so they actually send their students to us, and we train them at that location. And then our last one is one that we've had a partnership with Spring Branch for about 5 years now to offer up pre-apprenticeship in electrical. Both of those last two are dual credit programs. They start their junior year, they do a summer paid internship with the companies, and then they finish out their coursework their senior year and look for employment with those companies afterward. Just some recent activity around the apprenticeship department and what's going on in HCC. We have redesigned the Office of Apprenticeship. So because of all this opportunity right now and the funding sources that are coming down and the interest of employers, there's a great opportunity for HCC to take a better seat in apprenticeships. So it was a one-man show, a director of apprenticeship, and we're building out that team using some repurposed vacant positions. We'll have a couple of folks that are business and community liaisons to go out and scout new companies and work with community-based organizations to bring in the students. And then we have somebody that's directly going to work on the compliance for the DOL. So I think that build out of that team, which we'll finish out this month, is going to be a great opportunity for the college. As the Chancellor mentioned, we joined the Greater Houston Apprenticeship Network. We're probably the lead college in that we're the first one that was received an apprenticeship with one of the founding employers. These are large employers: Aon, Texas Mutual, Dow, Worley. So it's a pretty big push in the region, and we're building out another one with Texas Mutual right now. So excited about that. In September, we hosted an employer roundtable, co-hosted with Amazon Web Services. This was specifically to target IT companies and ask them to build out their apprenticeship or their work-based learning strategy. We received, or had participated, almost 40 employers, and so now AWS and us we are seeking to field those leads that we have from these employers to make it happen. We've had two grants that we recently awarded. One from TWC for an IT expansion grant, so it's specifically on apprenticeships for IT. Again, we own those standards already, so it's a registered apprenticeship. $200,000 to provide tuition and fees to students, and then there's a support position that helps students move through the apprenticeship. And then the other grant is an expansion grant with Workforce Solutions in pipe fitting and sheet metal, so we're the provider for the training on that one. And then lastly, we launched a new website. I know that sounds like a small thing, but within a week, we already had, there's a form on that for employers. Within a week, we already had 20 leads of interested employers, so we're following up with those. And I invite you to check that out. The last thing I'll add is not necessarily apprenticeship, but it's work-based learning. HCC is part of an experiment from the Department of Ed to offer a different form of work study. And I think this is a real big game changer, and hopefully they'll continue to move it from experiment to permanent. We call it the path to profession. So, you typically think of work study, students work on campus, or they can work in a nonprofit. The federal government has now allowed a subsidy to have them work in private sector. So it's for the employer, it's basically a try before you buy situation. We pay them through this program $15 an hour. The employer only has to pay $3.75 an hour. So there's a great opportunity for students and a great opportunity for the employers, in particular small employers that might not be able to afford talent or try out talent in such a way. So I think this is a great opportunity for companies. And with that, I'll end with National Apprenticeship Week. So like I said, it's the 15th through the 21st. We will be doing a few things, mostly virtual. So we have students that we are going to showcase on our social media platforms, basically to say, hey, kudos, you committed yourself, you're making it happen, and really just to spur up additional folks to take that effort the same way. The second thing we're doing is we'll have our partners and student apprentices on both of our HCC TV shows, The Topic and Up to the Minute, just to discuss apprenticeships and tell folks what's going on in apprenticeships from HCC. The last leg on that is we're working on building a proclamation that'll be signed and presented just to, regarding the week. So that's 15th through the 21st, and it should be a good opportunity to engage in just promoting apprenticeships across the board. So once again, that's it for me, and thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Robert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the presentation. As a small employer in a field that needs skill sets such as some of the ones you showed, I get excited about these programs. I try not to get distracted by the activities, but it's good to see these. And yeah, in future reports, I'd sure like to see the outcomes. How many students we place, and how does this all work, and do they come back and get more training? How do they advance? So, but kudos to you, and yes, I imagine this is a special time in funding. So it's hopefully it sounds like we're trying to take full advantage of the opportunity. I'm glad to hear that, and hopefully it's going to benefit our community with more opportunities for potential employees skilling up and linking together with the employers that desperately need them as we start turning around here. I appreciate all the efforts you guys do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Dr. Flowers?
I love apprenticeship programs. I did go to the website and I saw the list of companies, but I think you may have answered my question. Did you say earlier there's a list of maybe 20 companies that have applied that aren't listed? Did I hear you say that? Or?
Yeah, so if you scroll to that form, within a week we had 20 employers already fill out that form. So we reached out to them, and we're bringing them in to start an apprenticeship, or at least get into work-based learning. Some of them want to just stick their toe in the water at the outset.
So they're not on here just yet?
Not yet.
Oh, can you send me a list?
Yeah, for sure.
Because I think I have some folks
Yeah,
to
definitely.
help expand that list. And you mentioned the $20,000 grant that you have to pay for, I guess, tuition and fees for students in this apprenticeship program. How are we doing in terms of getting that out, or students applying? How can we help share? Is there a need for that?
Yeah, so we were just awarded that grant like 2 weeks ago. We haven't even,
Okay.
I think, received the NOGA yet. So,
Okay.
But
Got it.
as soon as we start rolling that out,
Okay.
it'll be for IT, particularly cybersecurity and desktop support. We're building the employer base right now, because that's the crux of it. And one of the grants I didn't mention that we're applying for just came out is the child care apprenticeship grant. So I mean, like I said, there's a lot of grants that are coming in apprenticeship. So we'll specifically for child care workers. It's a program that we've wanted to start an apprenticeship for some time, and this is really going to be a way to jumpstart it.
Okay, well, if you can keep the trustees top of mind once the grant, you just got it, but if we can help share it out in our districts, we would love to.
You bet.
If we can help get the word out. And last question, for Apprenticeship Week, do you have a list of activities that you all are planning, and how are we linking it? Like, are we inviting our dual credit students or early college, high school students? Are we extending it to community? Are we kind of working with recruitment to kind of use this as a way of attracting students? Is there some activity around that?
Yeah, so like in years past, we have actually brought in busloads of ISD students to our West Loop campus for an engagement with all the apprenticeship partners. Didn't do that this year because of the situation, but we will bring that back once things kind of settle down. In this point, we're just doing a lot of virtual stuff. So we'll do some social media pushes, some ads on National Apprenticeship Week, and then the TV shows that we're throwing out there. And then, of course, we're doing some kudos to our partners themselves, just to let them know that we value their partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question. Do we have a plan on how to bring in more, to increase our enrollment in these apprenticeships? And I was looking specifically at, like the asbestos workers, cement, mason, that type, plumbers. Do we have a plan that we're going to do to increase those numbers?
So those numbers are typically, they're based on the projects that the unions receive from their union employer members. So if they say they've got an increase in projects that they're needing workers for, they'll add additional cohorts to those programs. And in fact, several of those have wait lists right now. The asbestos program is pretty small. It's an asbestos abatement, and it's actually recently impaired with the insulators as part of their apprenticeship. So it's, that one in particular is small, but generally the increase enrollment when they have more projects added in.
I know we had a strong partnership with some of the unions, and so I just happened to talk to one this past week, and they were concerned that that we didn't have that partnership anymore. So with time, we'll look into it, so. You don't have to answer that question now, but I would just want to make sure that we can come up with some strategies on how to work more with our unions, and that way we can both help each other. So that's something that I'll be looking at for the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And congratulations on last night.
Oh, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Excuse me. Yes, Dr. Schooling-Jones.
And I guess this is probably more for the Chancellor. If there are companies who want to participate with this, what is the best way to get into what is the process for them? Because I've had, I know for us, when they come and I put them in the thing, it goes through this whole TI process, which was, I think, meant for information and not for those kinds of things. So, and it delays them. So how do we connect the contacts that we have with this information? What will be the proper process for that?
Well, for the trustees, you just can refer to Dr. Webster.
Okay.
And he'll take it from there.
So it's permissible to send the information directly to him?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's no need to.
And while we're on the subject, what if they want to hire students? Because the graduating students, because like I have a dentist who called me and said, hey, I have 2 job openings right now. Who do they contact?
That would be over Dr. Gray's area. James Maples is the head of our placement office.
And it's okay to send those directly to Dr. Gray?
If it's an inquiry, if you're finding a student a job, please send it directly to Dr. Gray's and she'll make sure it gets taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
The next item, very, very important. They're all important, but this one is about our graduation. So fall 2021 commencement update, Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick update from Dr. Grays on where we are for this fall's commencement. Thank
It
you.
is indeed quick, Chancellor. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Graduation is back in person, and we're so excited for our first fall commencement post-COVID. We've made preparations. We have a planning committee who's been working diligently starting over the summer to find a solution. We know that our students have longed for the opportunity to reconnect to the institution, so we're very excited about this year's fall commencement. The purpose, again, is that we want to support the student experience, continue to enhance that experience by accommodating our first face-to-face ceremony, recognizing the achievements of all of the students who have applied for commencement. This year, thus far, we've had 1,500, we've awarded over 1,500 degrees for our summer 21 graduates, and to date, we have approximately 1,600, a little over 1,600 candidates who have applied for graduation for fall. So we're very excited about those numbers and certainly looking forward to seeing those students face-to-face at the NRG Arena. So save the date. Fall commencement is Thursday, December 16th, 2021. We will host 2 ceremonies to accommodate the size. Please note that we are at the NRG Arena and not the stadium, and that is due to a number of limitations, cost being one of them. particularly as we compared the cost and the ability to host an event of the size that we have. COVID has certainly imposed a significant barrier around the ability to access these venues that we have historically. But we're very excited about NRG, the intimacy of being able to host 2 ceremonies and still give us reasonable space to accommodate not only students, but their families, and as well as the members of the dais and our faculty and staff. So again, NRG Arena, which is located at 1 NRG Parkway. It is the arena, for those of you who are familiar with that venue, it is where we've historically held the livestock show and rodeo for the Houston, and this is the actual livestock show for the Houston Rodeo. The first ceremony begins at 9 a.m. We will then have a second ceremony that will begin at 2 p.m. So as with anything that we're doing now in a post-COVID world, we are practicing we will follow our CDC protocols and the institutional protocols that we set forth to protect the interest of our students, the faculty, staff, and the graduates, as well as the family members who will be in attendance. So we will have floor seating to accommodate 6 feet around the seats and 3 feet between the aisles. There will be cleaning between both ceremonies, so the venue will be cleaning the seats not only for the graduates but also for the guests in between ceremonies. So we'll be able to accommodate 396, well, we'll push that number to 400 graduates on the floor per ceremony, which will mean that we'll have roughly about 800 students that we'll be able to serve for the fall commencement. We'll be able to also accommodate up to 80 ADA accommodations. There are provisions with the event manager that will allow us to place additional seats on the floor as needed, as we determine if there is indeed a need from not only our graduates but also from the guests of those graduates as well. So our plans for safety, we are limiting the number of guests per graduate to 5. Each student will have the ability to have tickets sent to them electronically. We will use QR codes to have a ticketing system. We'll have separate seating for what's a little bit different is our faculty will not be seated on the floor. As you saw, we have some space limitations. So faculty will be seated there's a seating area specifically designated in the stands, if you will, where faculty will be seated. We'll recognize them. They'll proceed in as they have been traditionally, but just seated in a different area off the floor. As I shared, we'll be sanitizing the seats between both ceremonies, all seats in all areas. That work will be performed by NRG staff, so we do not have to worry about doing so ourselves. And this is a hands-free ceremony. I know that we're all excited to see our graduates. We want to hug on them. We want to love on them. We want to shake hands. But we're going to ask for your safety and for theirs that we do not do that. We will send reminders, gentle reminders, that there are some COVID-free ways to engage our graduates as they proceed across the dais. And then lastly, we're going to offer, obviously, hand sanitizer, masks, and other protective equipment to ensure that we have a healthy and safe commencement ceremony. We're so excited. We're looking forward to seeing each of you, and we can't wait to celebrate our graduates this year. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, trustees? No? 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 Yes? Dr. Flowers?
Informational, just curious. Have we ever hosted a commencement at one of our partnering universities?
We have.
Okay.
So our first fall commencement was actually held at the University of Houston at the Tillman Fertitta Center. Much smaller venue. It's not able to accommodate the number of graduates that we typically host. Our fall commencement is usually smaller, so being able to host 800 graduates is significant. There are limitations with doing so at Tillman Fertitta Center, and then there are other venues that had some challenges as well. Conflict with dates. Obviously, they're hosting their own ceremonies or other recognition events. So we have done some extensive research over time to try to find ways that we could partner with other institutions. And to the extent that we can, we certainly take advantage of those opportunities.
Thank you. That's good to know.
Okay.
Thank you. One question. So let's say that, because we have 1,600 graduates, and we're allowing 800, So are we, when the 400 come, that's it? We're stopping at 400?
We're issuing tickets, and that's a good question, trustee. I will share that all of the students who apply do not necessarily participate in the ceremony. So we believe that based on the number of seats in terms of capacity and based on what we've seen historically, during our last ceremony at the Tillman Fertitta Center, we had just under 600 graduates who participated. That was the first fall commencement. However, we're planning to make some reasonable adjustment for that, but certainly we want to ensure that we are following the guidelines to ensure the safety of everyone. So all of the communication to our graduates have indicated that we are, you have two opportunities: register early, confirm your participation, print your tickets, and ensure that you're sharing the information with your family and friends.
Good, good. Well, I'm glad that we are having this fall graduation. It's pretty new because we always only have one graduation. So thank you, because, I'm a big proponent of the commencements, and I'll try not to shake their hands. So
we'll have someone on the stage to manage that traffic, to protect you.
I have to time me. But thank you so much. Thank you to all your committee and to everyone and the faculty and staff for just giving it their all for our students to be successful. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, board members, for us going over the time. So, meeting is now adjourned at. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to start. The meeting of the Audit Committee for November 3rd, 2021 will now come to order at. Thank you, Sharon. This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The committee members are Trustee Monica Flores-Reichert, Committee Chair Dr. Reagan Flowers, and Dr. Preta Vanderbilt-Stallworth, alternate Dr. Adriana Tamez. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with Board Services Office. There are no citizens to sign up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Thank you. We're now ready to discuss item A, Internal Audit Quarterly Status Report. This is a report. No action is required. Dr. Maldonado.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and Trustees. This is a report that we bring quarterly. It's the Internal Audit Status Report. With your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to the Internal Auditor, Terry Corrigan.
Thank you. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Chancellor, and good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So this, as the Chancellor said, is the reoccurring quarterly status report for the Internal Audit Department. I will try and be brief with the understanding that the trustees have all had an opportunity to read the presentation already. So in the interest of time, I will try and move through the slides quickly. So the information in this status report, so we'll have the fiscal year 2021 internal audit reports issued for this period, a summary of those, fiscal year 2022 internal audit projects that are in progress right now, and then we'll go over external audit review activity. And you have attached information in your packet. You have detailed fiscal year 2022 internal audit plan status report, which provides more details on the status of that audit plan. Audit observations follow-up status report, which is the observations and reports that have been issued in the past and the status of those observations. And then McConnell and Jones recommendations follow-up status report is also attached in your packet. So in this period, we issued these 5 audit reports. And so in the interest of time, I won't read the slide to you, but these are the 5 reports that we issued in this period. And then the audit projects that are currently in progress are these 8 projects that we are currently working on. And the external audit activity that's going on, you got Whitley Penn, they're doing the annual financial statements audit. And then we had San Jacinto College come in, and for the fiscal year 2021, they did a sub-recipient monitoring review. And so So that's the external audit activity that's been going on. And so with that, I'll thank you and answer any questions that you have on the report.
Thank you, Terry. Any questions from my fellow committee members?
That was a really good short.
Presentation.
That was really good.
I don't mess around, Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth. Did you have something, Dr. Flowers?
Oh, I didn't know. Okay. Well, I was going to say it really, Terry doesn't mess around. So thank you. Question about the audit work that's in progress with the $100,000 ask. It says below as opposed to at and below. Does that?
Well, if it requires the audit committee's approval, then that's not included in the review. So, as I understand it, if it hits 100,000, then the Board of Trustees has to approve it. So, it would be under $100,000 procurement activity.
Okay, and so that's a new information. I thought that it was up to is what the chancellor has approval authorization. So it's not up to 100,000. It's up to 99999.
I think it's 100. I think
it's up to.
My authority is capped at 100,000, so it would be up to and including 100,000.
Okay. So do we need to change the wording to make sure that everything is captured is the question?
Well, we will cover that, so.
Okay, thank you, Terry.
We can change the wording if you want, but
Just making sure.
If it's under the threshold of the chancellor, it'll be included in review.
Thank you, Terry.
Any other questions from my fellow trustees? Thank you, Terry. We'll now move on to, we're now ready to discuss item B, Enterprise Risk Management Annual Report. This is a report, no action is required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair and trustees. This report provides an overview of the enterprise risk assessment process and the results of that assessment for this past year. To present this, with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Ashley Smith and Mr. Bob McCracken.
Madam Chair, trustees, thank you, Chancellor. We have an annual report for you today on the enterprise risk management. It's important to note that we utilize both internal and external resources to help us identify where those risks are. Mr. McCracken will be presenting to you the process by which we do that. Also important to note is that once we have the enterprise risk management assessment put together, it's utilized for a number of purposes in the organization. One of them is when we're putting together our compliance and risk management program. The second one would be the internal audit plan that's presented to you annually by the internal auditor. And finally, it's part of the budget process as well. During the assessment that produced our enterprise risk management priorities, it should be noted that Bob McCracken and Terry Corrigan interviewed 22 of the senior executives to assure that information was gathered from people who had the best opportunity to recognize where the risks were. With that, let me ask Mr. McCracken to come forward and present his report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor, trustees. I promise I will be brief, although I don't know that I can rival Terry for his brevity. Just a little bit of background on this. This is an annual report, so a lot of this you've seen in previous years, and you can go back and look at the previous year's report, but we really modeled this on what public institutions and public companies do as part of their SEC reporting, and then we adapted it for higher education. And one of the things that we do is that we start with 235 risks that were originally identified by the University Risk Managers Insurance Association, where they take a broad look at higher education. we've taken that list over time and filtered out things that are specific to institutions that are research institutions or four-year schools perhaps, and added some that were kind of unique to HCC. But the goal of this is to really identify those organizational risks that are the complex risks that are very difficult to resolve within a department, that they require an organizational approach to resolve. These tend to be issues that are long-term and that require some amount of time. So you don't see a lot of rapid movement on the list. You see items kind of creep up and then creep back down as they're addressed. But the goal of this is really to flag for leadership those issues that require attention and that require kind of an ongoing focus to make sure that we're addressing them. I think as you go through, you'll see a lot of familiar items on this, and if you look at and compare kind of the list to what Terry just presented as items that are being audited, you can certainly see the overlap with internal audit. So the information is coming from not just higher education benchmarks, but we're also looking at audit reports, internal audit reports. We're looking at incidents and accidents that happen after actions that we do after major events. Employee concerns that have been raised, prior year issues, and kind of a key component is an interview with council members and 21 of those senior executives, because they have a really broad view, and part of our goal is to bring that information, and I would like to thank all of them because they've always been very open and honest during those discussions, and they're willing to share information, and we can kind of bounce those ideas as we're going through and doing the interviews. So what we're doing is we're starting with this really broad view of the risks, and then we have an impact risk assessment tool that was approved by the Chancellor's Executive Council back in 2016, and that's the scale that we use to rate the risk. And so we're rating risk both by the impact if it occurs, right, and the likelihood that it is to occur. And so we use kind of a standardized risk assessment tool so that we're consolidating those. I'd like to point out that for us and higher education in general, but particularly for a community college, financials don't necessarily capture the risk adequately. And so whereas in a publicly traded company, the most common metric you see is, the dollar value associated with us. For us, it's often more impact, reputational harm, student impact on student learning, and those kinds of things, more so than a dollar value. And then we look at and we ask the people to identify the management controls they put in place to manage the risk. And we write those down, and if you're not aware of it, what happens is every quarter during the attestation process, the senior leadership is kind of reviewing that list of management controls to make sure that they're in place. That serves both as a reminder to them that while we haven't had an issue in this area, we haven't had an issue because we're doing these management controls and we're making sure that they're still in place, and they're following through with their direct reports and doing the follow-up to make sure that things that are being taken care of continue to be taken care of. And then finally, we highlight kind of the highest risk items, and so what you have here is a top 10 list essentially for the year. So visually what that looks like is if you look at going up is the impact, so higher is a more significant impact, and going to the right is the likelihood it happens. This is, if we weren't doing any management, you see this large cluster of risk in the top right corner. The number with inside the ball is the number of risks that fell into that category. Size of the ball is reflective of that. So what that really tells you is that you have just this 96 risks up there that are almost certain to happen. And when they happen, they're going to be very significant or very serious. A simple one would be if you didn't have any internal controls around issuing of checks, and somebody could go create a vendor, enter a payment, and issue a check, right? If we didn't have any controls on that, it's almost certain that would happen. But clearly, finance and accounting has put in place segregation of duties, internal controls. There's process controls in place in terms of what you can do in PeopleSoft and who has access. And then IT is doing access controls to review who has access to what levels, and they're doing that periodically. And so what you see is that you've reduced the likelihood of that happening, number one, so that moves to the right or to the left, and you've also reduced how much money somebody could get away with if they did it, so you've lowered the impact. And visually what that looks like is you see these balls have shifted to the left, and they've shifted down. And then what's left over is in that top right-hand quadrant of risks that really, while we've done management controls to try to address, there's still a significant risk that it could happen, and there's still a serious or significant impact if it does. So top 5, campus security. This has been on the list for several years. You've seen this show up in the attestation reports. There's a lot of activity going on around this. But campus security in our environment is not a simple matter. We need to balance access, we need to balance equity, and we need to balance the security systems to make sure that we're able to adequately manage security across 635 square miles without creating barriers and impediments that would impact student learning. Enrollment and revenue. I've heard the board talk about this regularly. It's a frequent conversation. There's a lot of projects and activities going on around that. IT systems access, cybersecurity, data recovery. You may not be as aware of this, but certainly we've had an increase in the sophistication and frequency of attacks. Government entities in general have been the target of those attacks. Higher education in particular has been targeted frequently in those attacks. And so IT has had to spend a tremendous amount of energy and resources in upgrading, kind of in the constant evolving battle with the bad actors, to upgrade IT security systems, implement new processes and procedures, and continuously upgrade and monitor our systems. Title IX has turned into a bit of a political ping pong ball. So as you remember last year, there was a budget item related to implementing the new procedures that had been implemented by the Trump administration. It's very likely that there will be another set of regulations that are issued under the Biden administration. And any time with a system where a single case can have a significant impact, and we have to rechange kind of all of the process and procedures, that becomes significant. Deferred maintenance is an item that the board has addressed multiple times. Grants as it relates to HERF, not because there's not controls in place, right? So they're running processes by outside counsel, they're getting pre-approval on items, being very diligent about making sure the right amount of the money is going to the students. But it's just a very large amount of funding. And so even though you put in those controls, just the very high dollar value, it's going to stay on the list. The post-pandemic new normal, things are not going to go back to the way they were. And so how well HCC can align itself with what the new students' needs, preferences, and priorities are, and what the community needs, is going to be very important long-term. Capital construction, again, this is on the list not because of a lack of controls, but it's on the list just because of high dollar value. Anytime you're doing capital construction, you need to pay careful attention to it and have the project managers, et cetera, in place. Policing. Our police department does a tremendous job, but policing by its very nature is high risk, and all it takes is one incident and somebody with a camera, which we all have in our pocket. And even if the police followed the law and followed the rules, that can blow up very, very quickly. And so they're managing a lot of very difficult students and community members, and so they have to be always at a heightened level of scrutiny. And then safety compliance. This is an item, particularly around lab safety. This had fallen off the list. This used to be a top 5 item. Internal audit has been auditing it at half of the colleges each year. And Environmental Health and Safety Department put a tremendous amount of effort in. The deans put a lot of effort into this, and it actually fallen down to number 14 on the list. It's back up on number 10, largely because for the last year, a lot of the labs have not been used. And so we need to make sure that those practices that were put in place to keep them operating safely continue, and that they don't just kind of drop by the wayside. Just wanted to highlight an item that has steadily moved down a list, which is behavioral intervention and threat assessment. The student services team has worked, and they work with risk management, the police department, legal, to identify and address students who may be in crises, who may be a threat to themselves or to others, and to intervene in an appropriate way. And that team has gotten much more consistent and put in place some wonderful systems to kind of address that. So that item is still in the top 20. It's number 14. It was 10 last year. I think the prior year it was in the top 5. Just kind of over the course of time, we've reduced that top quadrant of risk from 96 down to 6. Since 2020, 20% of the top 5 dropped out of the top 5. 40% of the top 10 have dropped out of the top 10. And we see an increased integration of the enterprise risk management into the compliance program, into institutional planning cycle, into the budgeting cycle, into the attestation process, and into internal audit. It's really important that this be a part of what we do, not a kind of a standalone process. And just the other highlight is that the highest risk items for HCC are very consistent with what we see from other colleges and institutions. One of the benchmarks we looked at is from the United Educators Risk Retention Group, which does a survey of their member institutions, of which we are one. And they do periodic surveys of the top risks that they're facing. And consistently, the risks that we're identifying as the top 10 are showing up on their list of the top 15 or so. And so there's a lot of overlap, a little bit, there's a local flavor to it, but certainly a lot of overlap. And the assessment continues to indicate a high level of management and control processes. There's a huge universe of items that management on a daily basis is managing and managing well. And so they don't raise to an issue where it becomes a problem. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Are there any questions from my fellow committee members?
Madam Chair, I like the positive results. You give us the percentages. If you can email to us which risks are no longer on these top lists.
I'm sorry, I had a hard time hearing you.
If you can email to us which of the 20% of the 2020 top 5 risks are no longer on the top 5 list. Can you give us from that page which risks you have abated?
Yeah, so if you look at the page slides 7 and 8, you can see kind of the left-hand column is the risk this year ranking number, and the right-hand column is the ranking from last year. And so you see a little bit of a movement from last year. So for instance, if I look at the right-hand column, I see risks 1, 2, and 3 are on there, which is campus security enrollment, and then this year's number 4 and number 5. So number 4 has dropped off the list, which I don't have listed here. I'd have to pull that to see what number 4 was. Similarly for the top 10, but I could certainly provide to the chancellor the rankings from the last several years, and you can kind of see the movement as things have moved up or down the list.
And I want to say it's really a personal privilege. I really want to say that our policing is really good, because I was actually stranded at one of our empty buildings, and the police officer noticed that there was a stranded car at an empty building and drove right up. So I really appreciate that officer from Central Campus coming to rescue me. So the policing that we have is really good. I really have to give our police department their kudos for really observing what's going on our campuses, both the ones that have people and the ones that are vacant.
Yeah, Chief Benford's doing a wonderful job.
Thank you, Trustee. Are there any other questions? Dr. Flowers, did you have any questions?
I just want you to know I really like this chart. Thank you. Great presentation.
Are there any other questions from my fellow trustees? Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Thank you, Ashley. We're going to move on to item C, report on quarterly control and compliance attestation. This is a report. No action is required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Trustees. I submit my quarterly control and attestation letter to you for the quarter, which began June 1 of 2021 and ended August 31st of 2021. I'm glad to answer any questions you might have on that report.
I understand that there's some further detail that we're going to be discussing in closed session on this matter. Do I need a motion or anything? No. Okay. So the meeting of the Audit Committee will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under Texas Government Code Section 5. I'm sorry, yes? I'm sorry, Ashley, I didn't see you.
Just as a resource.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Ashley. The meeting of the Audit Committee will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and/or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act, as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final vote, action, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up during the open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is hereby adjourned to closed session at? Thank you, Sharon.
Copies of this for
is now reconvened at,
4:03 PM.
thank you, Sharon. I will now, well, I'm not going to do that, but we're going to reopen item A, if we could. We had a question from a board member. Terry, is Terry around? I don't think he's here. Okay. Terry? Terry, we had a question from one of the trustees on your report under item A for the McConnell and Jones recommendation follow-up status report. Okay.
Real quick, in 1D1, there's a recommendation to develop a management report with dashboards to provide the summary. And 10/31 was the completion date, so I think this was posted prior to then. I just wanted to know if it's complete.
I'd have to check on that.
The dashboard?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, and the same thing for 1D2. It asks for a copy and modify the regulatory compliance reports calendar to create a grants compliance report calendar. And the completion date says 10/31, but it still says in progress. So has that been complete or no?
I will have to check on both those.
Okay.
Because
And
this
then-
thing was produced before 10/31, yes.
And then the last thing was 1B4, add a grants and accounting director position to provide strategic guidance and financial compliance oversight. For both this one and another one, the AVC for this area will be conducting a review of the department's organization prior to adding or changing any positions. And it also says that for the active knowledge transfer. So is there a reason why, if the audit has been done and the recommendations are to do that, why do we have to conduct an additional review before accepting that recommendation?
Well, that in particular, I won't be able to answer the question on that one. But just because they recommended something doesn't mean we're going to do it without researching it and making sure that it makes sense for us to do. But, so I would have to wait and see what their outcome is on that. But the people who are actually working these issues is in the in the office of Kurt Ewan's shop. So
If I could ask Kurt, because we've talked about filling the positions, so let's.
Well, and the other positions that they recommended are being filled, so what would be the difference in them not having a review as opposed to this?
I'm not sure. They might do a pay review, the scope of work review. In order to generate a job description that fits, we have to find out what the salary structure is, but that's supposition on my part. I know that the higher-ups are, when we have a new position, it takes a good amount of work to identify, to make sure that we have pay equity in the position. Kurt, do you know?
So the positions in question are in the finance area. They're in grants accounting. And there's a new AVC in that area that has just been hired, and she's doing a systematic review of her area. And one of the things she's looking for is to see if there's any fat in the organization that can be shifted that would preclude the need for an additional hire, as I understand it. And so that's where we currently are. That review is underway, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
That concludes the work of the committee. This meeting of the Audit Committee is hereby adjourned at
4:07 PM.
Thank you, Sharon.
Will now come to order at
4:07 PM.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The committee members are myself, Dr. Prieta Vanderbilt Starwork, Committee Chair, Trustees Monica Reichert, and Rhonda Skiller and Jones, alternate, Trustee Eva Laredo. Opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee on today. Thank you. Topics for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, approve proposed changes to board bylaws, Article H, and BBE local board members' authority?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Article H, as you said, in the bylaws, BBE local board member authority. With your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Board Counsel.
Good afternoon. So the changes to this policy are recommended by TASB. Some of this is sort of repetitive of other provisions within the policy. It reiterates that the separation between records requested in a board member's official capacity and records requested in a board member's individual capacity, which would go under the Public Information Act. The most significant new language in this policy excuse me, is in the request for information section, which is on page 2 of 3. And that new language says that, well, the first paragraph says a board member who is denied access to a record under this policy may ask the board to determine whether the record should be provided or may file a request under the Public Information Act. That's the first paragraph. The second paragraph there says no individual board member shall direct or require college district employees to prepare reports derived from an analysis of existing information. That language follows the procedure that we actually followed. It was either in the October or the September board meeting where a request from a board member sought the creation of a new report. So that was submitted to the board. So while an individual board member can't request the creation of a report, the full board could do that. So if a request were submitted in the trustee inquiry process that fell under this criteria, that would go to the board for approval consistent with the process that we followed last month or the month before. The next paragraph in that section is recommended for removal. That is a board council administration recommendation. In reading the TASB's new language with that paragraph, there was some conflict in the procedures, and so we were recommending that for removal. It would be replaced with the TASB language. Are there any questions on those changes?
Madam Chair? I talked to Melissa about this earlier in the week, and I've been spending some time in the weekly administrative bulletin, and I really have a fear that a vast majority of the requests that are in the WAB wouldn't pass this test. They would require, there's requests for reports, there are requests for presentations that are not already records that have been created. So, from my review, it's over a majority of the requests would have to go then subsequently in front of the full board, and we'd be inundated with requests that we're going to have to get special permission to fill, and that doesn't seem like a really tenable process with us because we have so many document requests, or information requests. So may I propose that we follow up with TASB, that we postpone this matter until the next board governance meeting so that Melissa can get further clarification from TASB. I know HISD got into a lot of trouble with too many and onerous document requests, and I want us to be as close to what TASB recommends as possible. It's just this second part that says, no board member shall direct reports to create a new record compiled from information already existing. That would seem to be incredibly broad. It would seem to be, if you had to change a column, it would seem to include that. So may I recommend that we talk, I've expressed some concerns to Melissa, but if we have any concerns, we're able to go to TASB and discuss it to get a policy that's actually going to work for our board, because I don't want to be spending all my time in the next year approving basic requests for information that I feel like we shouldn't have to even mess with. So I move that we postpone this matter to the next board governance meeting.
Is the new language word for word, is it TASB's recommendation?
Yes, what you see before here is word for word what TASB has recommended. And so I did discuss with Trustee Reichart the concerns regarding the broad language in there. And General Counsel and I discussed that when we got this document. Our initial thought was, in the absence of any definition, I would point to the definition under the Public Information Act, which says that you're not required to create a document in response to a request. So anything that would require the creation of a new document, in my mind, would be a report. But as Trustee Reichart points out, that still is very broad.
Yeah, and I agree with my colleagues, so I'll second your motion.
So we are, to be clear, we're postponing this item to the next Board Governance Committee meeting so that General Counsel and Board Counsel can speak with TASB about further clarification on the definition of the term report in that paragraph.
And when is that meeting?
I'm sorry?
And when is that meeting?
I don't know if the
Do we meet in
committees
December?
or
December
January.
the 1st.
Okay.
December the 1st.
Okay, because the governance committee is also
Will
reviewing
change.
bylaws. So
Correct.
shouldn't this be included in the bylaws review that we're going to already do?
Yes, so what we have in the bylaws and what we've included in this item here is a change so that the bylaw and the policy would be consistent.
Okay.
But yes, if we're going to change, this is a TASB policy. TASB's recommended this change, so I would recommend that we adopt this anyway. Anything that we have in our bylaws should be consistent with this, obviously, because we don't want any conflicting procedures.
So it has been moved and seconded that this item will be pulled?
Yes, may I just suggest as well that we just get the weekly administrative bulletins and show them to TASB. I mean, some things are in there are like trustees directing HCC to have a relationship with people they meet and things like that, but the actual ones that are actually information requests, because it needs to work for us, because if it doesn't work for us, we're going to ignore it, or we're going to be constantly debating it, and we need to be fair to the administration as well, so that they're not overwhelmed with information requests as well. So may I just suggest that we have all that data, we might as well show them.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That this is pulled, second?
Madam Chair, if I may, I appreciate the comment of my colleague here. And so I think this would be a great place to get some clarification. And I appreciated the Chancellor's clarification earlier when we were talking about the apprenticeship program and who do we direct our questions to if we have a business or opportunity that we're trying to share, and you share with us, Dr. Webster or Dr. Grace in those examples. And so what it appears is that when a constituent may ask a question about an opportunity, say like I want to hire some students, and we send it over, it shows up as an information request. So I'm trying to see, is that an information request, or should it just be forwarded to the department where they're trying to hire?
Madam Chair, thank you. So the information, the tracking, part of the reason that we use that trustee inquiry is to track it, because transferring a phone call or forwarding an email without a follow-up, we would like to think it's going to get looked at, but we want to make sure that it gets responded to. So Board Services at times uses the TI number as a tracker to have in a particular system to say, oh, I've got to go check this to make sure it was followed up on. There are some areas where we can definitively send, looking for hiring students or looking for apprenticeship, but a lot of the questions we get involve multiple departments. And so that's another reason to go through the inquiry process.
And if I may add as well, that we added another layer with council to make sure the requests that were being made by trustees were appropriate, and that we were protected, and that we weren't crossing any boundaries or anything like that. So that has been another layer added to that inquiry process.
Trustee Reichart, thank you. I was not finished with my conversation with the Chancellor. Thank you. I appreciate that. So when you shared that we can go straight to Dr. Webster or Dr. Graves as an example, then that wouldn't add the TI process in. So, trying to find the consistency is all, because I know that I recently had a company reach out to me about job placement for our students. And so that ends up in a TI, but if it was easier to say, hey, connect them with someone because this company is looking to place our students in jobs, we could do that. But I think we're confused as to what's TI, what's the process, because it's not consistent.
Well, I don't, it's consistent from where administration sits.
Okay.
If that inquiry goes to Dr. Webster, under our procedures, Dr. Webster lets board services know that he received a trustee
So then it
request.
does turn into a TI.
So it will show up. Now, board services will, at that point, is in a monitoring mode and just making sure that Dr. Webster says it's got taken care of, we communicated, and we can check that one off as being done. So they're still, even though the trustees don't go to board services, there is a communication between anyone receiving a request from a trustee to board services to say, I've got this and I'm on it and I'll let you know when I'm done with it. And board services will log it to make sure that the trustee gets that the response that the trustee is expecting gets done as soon as possible.
Okay.
So if I may, so Trustee Flowers, what I've done in the past, before we had the discussion today, say if I have like I had someone who wanted to hire tutors, right? And the chancellor suggested we get it to Ms. Grace. So what I do is I send it to board services as the email, and then I CC Ms. Grace on there, and then they decide if they want to put it through TI or if they want to deal with, however. I've taken care of my responsibility by making sure that everybody's been notified. And so however the administration chose to handle it, whether it got handled or all of that is no longer on me. I sent it, right? So and I understand your frustration because it seems, and for me it's about policy. So the policy here says, this policy covers board authority, how to transact business, individual authority for committing the board, requests for legal advice, individual access to information, limitations to that, board members' authority, requests for information, confidentiality, referring complaints. That's it. There is nothing in our bylaws that covers just sharing general information of that type. There's no process in place according to these bylaws because this is very specific for information requests and other things, and that's not requesting information, that's providing information. So we don't have anything in the bylaws, which if we're going to review them, we might need to put that process in place as well. So I've just been sending it to board services since that's our point of contact, and then CCing whomever I thought else in the administration might be needing that information for what that's worth until we have something lined out and in process, because I don't want to violate by sending employees things that can be misconstrued as me asking them to do something.
Right, and I guess in my concern, and thank you, Chancellor, thank you, Trustee Skillen-Jones, is the concern, it sounds like I'm also hearing that there's this overwhelming request for information. So I guess my concern is if you're trying to create an opportunity, it's not that you're necessarily requesting information, and it might be misconstrued in the WOB as a TI that it's a ask for a report when you're trying to connect the college to opportunities.
Correct.
Madam Chair, if I may, I would really like to make sure we have the legal buffer in there as well. The administration is not in any way, shape, or form bound to form the relationships to anybody that we suggest to them. And I want us to be very, very careful in how we word things. And I really like that now we have Melissa looking over everything. You know, we can make suggestions. We could say we met with somebody, but they are in no way bound to make the relationships that we have decided might be good for the college. So whatever we do going forward, I would really like to keep that buffer with Melissa because we put that in place earlier this year, and I think that's a really good protection for us to make sure that we aren't crossing any lines.
Yeah, I agree.
So Where in our policy is that? I mean, where in our bylaw is that?
So that's not in the bylaws. That was something that we discussed, and we can incorporate it in the bylaws for sure. We discussed it as a result of another process, and so what happens is I just review the TI tracking
The ones
sheet.
board services sends, right? But
Right,
like, we don't send them to you.
So you all are
Okay.
under no
I just wanted to make
obligation
sure I
to
wasn't.
include me on that communication. I didn't want to
I wanted to make sure I wasn't missing a
complicate that
step.
process any further. I review them when they are assigned a number by board
Gotcha.
services, and if there's any concern, I would address it with the board member at that time.
How about, that's a good process.
Perfect. Thank you.
And if board services has any concern about what we've submitted and how, then they direct their questions to you.
Correct.
And then you can converse between them and us and come to a resolution.
Yes.
So we are pulling
So,
this item?
yeah.
We're postponing
Well,
it.
we're postponing.
Postponing this
But before
item?
we close discussion, that was only part of the track changes. There was another part that we didn't discuss.
The first change on transacting business is just a clarification of the language that says that, the board acts as a body. While board members certainly have the right to dissenting votes that will be reflected once an item is adopted, it's adopted by a majority of the board. And then in the individual access to information section, it just reiterates that distinction between requesting information in your capacity, in your official capacity and your individual capacity. And then,
So the wording under transacting business is what I had a problem with a little
Okay.
bit, because it says when a proposal is presented to the board shall hold a discussion and reach a decision, which seems to be contradictory to what we're doing right now. What if we want to postpone it? What if we don't want to make a decision on it? So I think that language needs to be fine-tuned.
Okay.
Because it says we shall make a decision, and not necessarily every time does that happen.
okay.
Are there any other sections to this item that we need to review? So we will postpone, is that it, until
That's
December 1st?
We have to vote on that, right?
Vote on the
Yes.
motion to postpone, yes.
So we need a vote, Sharon?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 3-0.
Excellent. We will now move to item B. Proposed establishment of DLB local employee performance suspension. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Trustees. This is a proposed change to DLB local employee performance suspension is the title, is the caption. This is a brief recommendation by TASB. There's a change recommended by administration to align with our nomenclature and regarding employees on leave. And with that, I will turn it over to Melissa Mahalik, Board Counsel.
Thank you. So as the Chancellor mentioned, this is a new policy that's proposed by TASB. That's why we don't see many track changes here. The third paragraph in this policy was removed from another policy at a previous board governance committee. It was DMAA local. It was moved so it could be relocated in this policy. So all of our suspension, or administrative leave rather, provisions are included in one place now. The other provisions in this that were not previously in our policy are consistent with HCC practice. They're just now codified in policy. The change that the administration made was to change the word suspension to administrative leave, because that's consistent with the terminology that HCC has used in the past. They discussed that with TASB. TASB agreed that those two terms are interchangeable.
So we are now, is there a motion to approve? It's been moved and seconded. So are we now ready to vote on item B? We're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 3-0.
Item C, is there a motion to approve item C, proposed changes to CAK local appropriations and revenue sources, investment?
So moved. Second.
Thank you. We will now have a discussion on the item. Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The changes proposed for this policy, CAK local, deal with the title of an individual. Executive Director of Capital Debt and Investments is not a position we have. It's Finance and Treasury. And with that summary, I'll turn the floor over to Board Counsel.
And the Chancellor's correct. That's the only change that's being recommended. It can be found on pages 6 and 7. It's a rather lengthy policy, but it's simply a replacement of the old term with the current term that correctly identifies that position. This policy is the college is required to review and adopt this annually by the Public Funds Investment Act. So as part of this review, this was the only change that was identified for this year.
Okay, so the assumption is Finance and Treasury actually covers capital debt and investments.
Correct. That's the term. That's the job title for the person who performs that function at HCC.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? We are now ready to vote on item C.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 3-0.
And we have no closed or executive sessions. Chancellor?
Madam Chair, if I could, I want to thank Office of General Counsel for their support in reviewing these changes brought forward today. Thank you.
I apologize for not introducing them. I didn't realize they were standing behind me.
Quietly waiting, yes.
Sandy, sorry.
So there is no closed session involved for governance committee. So this governance committee meeting is hereby adjourned at?
4:29 p.m.
Oh, sorry.
That's like lightning.
Yes, that was good.
Go right into the external relations. This meeting, This meeting of the External Relations Committee for November 3rd, 2021 will now come to order at 4:30 p.m. Ooh, we're late. This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The committee members are Trustee Rhonda Skillen-Jones, Committee Chair, Trustee Robert Glazer, and Dr. Adriana Tamez, alternate, Trustee Monica Reichart. And is Trustee Tamez present?
No, she has not joined.
Okay. And so Trustee Reichart, I'm assuming, will be sitting in. The citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the External Relations Committee today. Thank you. Topics for discussion or action. We'll now discuss item A, report on external relations activities. This report item has no action required. Dr. Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Trustees. This report updates the close of the third special session of the Texas Legislature, which happened on October the 19th, which ended with only a fraction of the funding requested by community colleges. With details on the results of the third session, with your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Vice Chancellor Romel Young.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Madam Chair, members of the committee, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to share the External Relations Committee update. As Dr. Maldonado indicated, we have now completed the third special session. We started out with the 87th regular session. We had a successive first special session for a 30-day period, followed by a second special session for a 30-day period, and then a third special session for a 30-day period. So I think we have exhausted the special sessions for this term. We'll see what happens. I'll talk to you a little bit about our state relations activities, our funding asked during the session period, key appropriations bills, key amendments to those appropriations bills, and talk a little bit about federal relations, and then point to some dates of interest for your consideration. With respect to our state relations activities, our initial ask, the funding ask for community colleges in the third special session was $325 million, and you see the categories that $325 million points to: strengthening community colleges for a stronger capacity in Texas. That would be a distribution to all 50 community colleges to the tune of $250 million, of which HCC would have received $12.2 million. The True Initiative ask was for $75 million. It builds on the initial investment of the $25 million that we received during the regular session period. Those dollars are, the custodian of those dollars is the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. And we would apply for those dollars, likely receive those dollars if we kind of partner with others. That's not frowned upon. In fact, it's encouraged. So the total ask was for $325 million. The key appropriations bills, and you'll see those on the left-hand side.
Excuse me, Mr. Young.
Yes, sir.
If you go back to the prior slide, I want to point out to the trustees that the strategy that was used to approach the legislature was that the strengthening community colleges was a flat, equal distribution across the state. All right, now, and the $75 million was performance-based through grants. The numbers didn't start out like this when we started the discussion because an equal amount distributed across the state might not really address the needs of developing workforce and the needs of the communities that all the colleges serve. We all have challenges, every one of the 50 colleges. But looking at how we got to the total number, there was some debate, and this is where we ended up. 250 was going to be distributed to the 50 colleges across the state. 75 was going to be grants-based vis-a-vis performance. So,
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Absolutely, sir. So the key appropriations bills to move us in that direction were House Bill 145 by Bonin, Speaker of the House, making supplemental appropriations to the tune of $18.3 billion, and you see in the parenthetical that failed passage. HB 160 by Wilson, making supplemental appropriations for education initiatives, that falls right in our category. It too failed passage to the tune of $969 million. HB 161 by Capriglione, making supplemental appropriations relating to the healthcare industry, $2.5 billion. Likewise, that failed passage. And CS, committee substitute, is essentially what that stands for. Committee substitute to SB 8, that was the principal bill offered up by Senator Nelson. Incidentally, Senator Nelson will not come back next legislative session, so we'll have a new finance chair in the Senate making appropriations for certain federal coronavirus relief funding dollars. And you see that bill was sent to the governor, and it was $16.3 billion, of which $15 million was allocated to the True Initiative. So if we back up one slide, the ask was $75 million, and the bill that went to the governor had $16.3 billion, and rather than the $75 million, you got $15 million appropriated into that bill for the True Initiative, Texas Reskilling and Upskilling through education, education initiative. So there were a couple of amendments to the bills. HB 160 was the bill that started moving in the House. It's a House bill by Wilson. It was amended to include those dollars that we talked about earlier, the $250 million. It adopted $100 million for community colleges. That's $2 million per community college for the 22-23 biennium. So House Bill 160 included $100 million for community colleges to the tune of $2 million per community college, but that bill failed passage. It didn't make it out of the House. That brought us back to the principal bill in the Senate, SB 8. It ended up being the committee substitute because it was changed. It was amended by Parker. It was adopted. It included the $15 million that we talked about. And so we have $15 million that was sent to the governor that relates to the Texas Reskilling and Upskilling through Education, the True Initiative, for the biennium 22-2023. That pick up on, I know it's a lot of moving, but the principal bill here is SB 8, and that's the bill that passed to the tune of $15 million for community colleges. Federal relations. So I know you're seeing on the news when you CNN or whatever you watch, you're seeing this infrastructure bill to the tune of $1 trillion. Made it through the Senate, went to the House, so there are essentially two bills in the House. One is the $1 trillion that the Senate passed, and the other is the $3.5 trillion that the House has. That the purpose of that bill is really about not just infrastructure, but more about social programs, initiatives like climate change, health and education, higher education in particular. So we have a stall on these bills, and I know you're hearing this where the president and the administration are having a difficult time getting these bills passed, and so that's essentially where we are. Senator Manchin, and then we have a person out of Arizona who have not gotten on board with the social policy bill, so we're at a stalemate with this particular bill, the infrastructure and social policy bills. Dates of interest. So out of session, we call it the interim session period when we're not in session. Typically at this time, during this time period, we'll get calls from members suggesting, hey, look, what do you have to offer up in terms of what would be a item of consideration that we would take before the legislature next legislative session? We got a call from Senator Miles last night asking us to just that question. What is on your mind? What do you want the legislature to consider? Whatever it is, send it over, and because he's in the house, he's on House Higher Ed, he will offer that up, and hopes that we would have that as an item that we could deal with during the interim session period. We would examine interim session charges, and we're going to be pursuing the federal initiatives like Pell Grants, Reauthorization of Higher Education Act, but this is all the federal government is doing right now, so nothing else is happening in Washington other than this, really. Number 3, February 6th through the 9th, is the AACC National Legislative Summit. I note that it didn't say virtual this time, so the opportunity perhaps is that we're going to Washington in a face-to-face way. Had an opportunity also to talk to our federal policy advisors about going to Washington. The House is less, has not been receiving people as much inside the House, inside of the Longworth or Russell building. More of the meetings are being conducted virtually, much like we did when we started out in the state legislative process early on. Senate is a little more lenient in that way. But the plan is to go to AACC February 6th through the 9th for the summit. April 30th through May 3rd is the AAC annual 22nd conference, and we'll work with board services to make sure you have all of the relevant information if they don't already have it in place. We'll continue to monitor interim charges and continue the rulemaking process throughout the period that leads us up to the next legislative session. So just wanted to kind of let you see what those dates were. As new things come on, we'll add new things for your consideration and work with board services to make sure that you have those things. That's essentially the report. We thank you. Thank you for your help during all these, all the work during the regular session, the 3 session, special sessions. Any questions?
I just have a comment. Chancellor, one of the things I'm noticing is that the legislature is not including what is happening to us as a result of these endorsements that lack the fundamental courses that you have to take in order to enter college. If students take the path of least resistance for these endorsements and then decide they want to go to college, the only place they can go is community college, which means they won't even have enough money to complete a 2-year degree, much less a 4-year degree, and that is not being addressed in the lack of funding that I'm seeing here. This is a very real concern because the whole burden of upskilling these students into being college ready and being able to move into a 4-year degree or even into a 2-year degree is going to fall squarely on the shoulders of every community college in this nation. And that, I don't see that being addressed here.
Agree. I'm not sure there was a question there, but I agree. And as I, part of our objective is to not have students leave with excess credit hours, and that the coordinating board keeps reminding us that for good reason. And we've reduced, since 2014-15, we've reduced the number of hours that a student has when they transfer or they graduate. It's about a course and a half, but that equates to about $8 million less to us because we're not getting contact or reimbursement. It's the right thing to do, and we're going to continue to do it, but we're working with the legislators and the coordinating board, and I'm serving on the Formula Funding Advisory Committee to remind the coordinating board that we're the reward for doing the right thing is less funding. And all the colleges are going to continue to do it. But there's little things like that chip away at the state funding. And I think if we can get all those aligned to reward the behavior and the progress that community colleges are making, I think we'll be much better off.
Trustee Glazer.
Oh, thank you. Do you have any update on the Community College Finance Commission?
Yes, there is an update on the, and it doesn't appear here. Chancellor, you want me to yield to you on that one? I'm happy to.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So the commission has been formulated. There are persons serving on that committee now. Saw a letter from the governor's office about appointments to the commission. And so we are on our way. I got an email here just as I was sitting here. There's a meeting coming up on Friday to talk about next steps with Commit. Commit is the group that the chancellor testified for before House Higher Ed. And I think Representative Jim Murphy is the chair of that committee, who's now leaving us, so we're going to lose a friend there, but we make friends well, so we'll find a new friend to make sure that we're doing well in the legislature. So their upcoming updates will come your way. So that they've started. Yep. Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none. This meeting of the thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board.
This meeting of the External Relations Committee will now adjourn. Done. Wrong page, sorry. At 4:45 p.m.
I will be chairing the committee of the whole meeting on behalf of Dr. Hansen, who will not be joining us today due to a surgical procedure that he has had, and he is recovering as expected. And so we're feeling good about that. And this committee of the whole meeting is for November 3rd, 2021. It will now come to order at
4:45 p.m.
Thank you, Sharon. This meeting called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. There is opportunity for public comments, and at this time, there are no citizens who have signed up to speak before the committee of the whole. The topics for discussion and action, and I guess before I get there, I just want to say congratulations to Trustee Tamaz for yesterday, and to Eva Laredo. More work, continue. Okay. Is there a motion to approve item A, approval of HERF 3 funding for Board of Trustees Conference Room Expansion Project for social distancing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Has been moved and seconded. And we will now have discussion on this item. Chancellor Maldonado?
Thank you, Madam Chair and trustees. This item is for an expansion and refurbishing the conference room that the trustees meet in for closed session in order to allow for social distancing. As we've experienced here the last 18 months or so. In the packet was a schematic of the conference room design. And with your permission, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall Hines to answer any questions the board might have. This is a $270,000 expenditure from HERF 3.
Your comment earlier, appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, trustees, Chancellor. Just walking quickly through this, I think the Chancellor did a very succinct job of wrapping up this project. This will be funded. I just want to, since the next 4 items are about this type of topic, A refresher on HERF funding. So we're talking about HERF 3 funding. These funds must be committed by May 31st of 2022. We don't have to pay the bills and expend them completely, but we do have to commit them for projects that to be approved and turn that into the HERF funding line. So then we have 12 months thereafter to finish the projects. Obviously, this one wouldn't take that long, but that's the timeline for it. And then I'll be walking you through some other ones, but just on this one, as Chancellor said, social distancing, I've been in there a few times, and it's very crowded when you bring some legal counsel in and a few administrative personnel. And if you see how it is today, it's pretty tight. And then this gives you a lot more room and people can spread out. And then we can still accommodate some additional folks. It does include some new FF&E to make this fit for the social distancing rules. And we request that the trustee conference room be approved, relocate the board services workroom, and then provide the FF&E configured. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Madam Chair.
How many people would the new conference room accommodate?
I counted 20 chairs at the table, but once you socially distance that out, you can spread them out, and you see some seating. I can't use this anymore. You can go back. You can see the room's a little bit larger, so we can put the movable chairs around the outside. You can spread out even further along, and you have a larger conference room and a serving area as well. It gives you much more room to move people around the outside that you don't have today. And this would be funded from the direct project funding, so this does not come out of the recovered funding from fiscal 21. This is from fiscal 22. And if it's not used for projects and programs or committed by the end of that May date, we would lose the money, or we would just transfer it to student aid. We're allowed to do that as well if we don't have projects coming forward.
I recognize Trustee Glazier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I reviewed the proposal and the fiscal impact, and I just see in a prioritization standpoint that we could use this money for other more important things for student success and faculty enrichment. We've been using a room around the hall since we returned from COVID, and that seems to be quite adequate for what we've done so far. And I just see this as an expenditure that's quite expensive and really doesn't get us any closer than where we're at already as far as function. And I sure would like to see these HERF funds committed to something more productive for students and perhaps faculty as well. Thank you.
Stand by, Tamez. I'll have you after Trustee Reichart. Thank you. You have a comment you wanted to?
I'm sorry, I was just going to say on the bottom of the slide that part of the problem we have there is the controlling the noise and safeguarding the privacy. Those rooms are not designed to be soundproof where we have been meeting the last few meetings, and it's very difficult to keep it access and so forth. So I appreciate the feedback from all the trustees.
Recognize Trustee Reichart.
I agree with Trustee Glazer. I am loath to spend. Can you hear me? I am loath to spend money on us if it can go directly to students. At this point, I understand the concerns about soundproofing and everything, but it's very difficult for me to vote for this when, if we could use these funds for student aid or something like that. Are there any other projects planned that directly benefit us or anything like that? Is this the only project that's...
This is the only project I'm aware of that was submitted to, that would directly impact the board themselves, physically. I will remind, you'll see in the financial report, we have about, I think it's $57 million in HERF funding that's called institutional funding. That's for projects, for expenses the college may have, which we won't have that many expenses that will qualify this year as we did last year. And then we already have about the equal amount, almost $60 million for Joellen to give out. She's had one of her 4 programs launched, and she'll do another one this fall and 2 in the spring. So we've got the $60 million almost for this year to give out.
Thank you, Marshall.
I recognize trustee Tamaz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit conflicted as well, in terms of us using this funding for this purpose when we've been just fine, where we've been sitting, the last few times. And I don't understand why we would, not soundproof that area and so forth. However, I also see the other end where these monies are also to make these accommodations to our facilities and so forth. So I get that. But I'm just struggling to, how much again is this? Because I can't open this up again. How much is this renovation?
We budgeted $270,000 out of the facilities group. It may come in less than that, and that includes a contingency, and there may be, most of the technology can probably be reused. This was just trying to get social distancing. I think you'll see in some of these other presentations all the way through these other projects, as well as in the financial report, that, COVID is not going to disappear, in my opinion, anytime immediately and completely. So we may see some, up and down with that, and we're trying to, from this position in college, I'm not trying to sell you on doing the boardroom, but this was a project that was submitted, and this was presenting so you can see it.
When you say submitted, like who submitted this? Who requested this, or how did this come about?
This came from the group that looks at our campuses in terms of how we keep safety, and you'll see two more projects that are coming up. It's how we take care of staff, and that includes faculty, that includes the students as well, and then we also look at the trustees. I'm sorry?
Yeah, and board members, so I get it.
Yes.
So it did come from a committee, yeah.
It's a holistic view of the facilities, and you'll see that in the next two presentations.
Yeah, thank you.
Recognize trustee Laredo.
Thank you. Yeah, I had written notes here, and so I'm glad that you mentioned that the HERF monies was for projects, programs, and then you said student aid, and my ears went up. So, because right now, whatever we can give to the students and help the students I'm for that. So with this HERF fund, now that we've gotten the word out to students that it's available, then we need to make sure that any extra funds that we have, put it in that, whatever we don't use for projects and programs, put it in for the students, because now they're getting the hang of it, and now they're receiving that money, and they are very, very grateful for that.
Right.
So, so I wanted to know, what was the balance of this one? You said $57 million?
$57 million for HERF 3 for student aid. Joe Ellen's already been working on that since we received the money commitment in May 15th of this year, I believe. And then she's got three more of her programs she's going to hold, one more this fall and then two in the spring to encourage enrollment. So we've got the $57 million for that, and we've also got an MSI grant. I think that's also about $6 million. You'll see that in the financial report. But
That's
it's a lot
fantastic, fantastic. Whatever we can do for our students and our faculty, it's like a one-time thing, so we need to we need to make sure that we use that wisely. So I would just keep masking up and give us more masks, so no, I don't want to expand on that room.
Okay.
But thank you.
Yes, I recognize trustee Skillen-Jones.
Yeah, I have to agree with my colleagues, but I did want to, I know we talked about the students, but faculty too. So if there are projects in faculty workrooms or break rooms or any of those things where there could be more safety protocols put in with these funds,
Yes,
then I'd be happy to see those.
You'll see two today, right after this discussion. There's two big ones, and then we've got looking at how we're bringing people back to classes and how we're bringing people back to buildings and staff, faculty.
So I think that these dollars could be better used in that area.
Madam Chair.
I recognize.
Thank you. I must concur with my colleagues because we meet, twice a month? So I think we'll be fine. If I have to bring a piece of plexiglass and put it up, then I can do that. No, just kidding, but I just really feel the money would be better utilized to help students, considering enrollment is down and students really need the money for tuition. I think it would be much better spent. in regards to what Rhonda said about the faculty. If it's something we can do for them, because they're here more than we are,
Right.
we need to do what we can to assist them and help them make their jobs easier.
Discussion? Well, I'd like to say I agree with my colleagues here, and I do have a question regarding HERF 3. Are there any stipulations where dollars have to be spent on facility or infrastructure?
The way the money comes allocated, and has been that way in HERF 1, 2, and 3, you have a section that is for HERF institutional money, and that is for expenses like if we buy PPE equipment to give out to the students, or we put all those signs that you saw go up all over the system, and all the special cleaning, the disinfecting, and all of that we put out of our pocket, we can recover those costs that are abnormal costs through the institutional funds. We can also create projects if those projects qualify for those type of fundings and meet the criteria of like social distancing and safety and spraying the virus less frequently, those type of things. And then we have a second section, which is the student aid. And they tell us which allocation of which money goes where, and then we follow that. And the first semester, we had the HERF 1, we did give us extra $6 million from institutional to student aid, so they had extra bumped in. The MSI grants are all for student aid. And then again, there's the requirement on the student aid is when Joe Young gives that money out and people file in for it, there's no requirement that they enroll it at HCC or any other requirement. In fact, it specifically says you cannot do that. That's their money, and that they're welcome to do with it what they choose to do. And I know it's a tough economy still, and so that money goes wherever they want it to go.
So to be clear, there are two sections,
Yes.
institutional and student aid.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. But there's no further discussion, then we are now ready to vote on item A.
Voting has concluded. Dr. Tamez has stepped away. She's not present for the voting. The motion failed unanimously with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there,
Madam Chair.
yes, I recognize trustee,
Is it possible to combine B and C since they are upgrades to campuses?
sure, if we want to, I am okay with that. If I can talk board council?
You can do that by a friendly amendment. Just
Okay.
amendment to combine those two items.
I offer a friendly amendment to combine item B and C, approval of HERF 3 funding.
Hearing no objections? Okay, we are moving forward. So with that, with the combining items B and C, we will now have discussion on those two items? No discussion?
We need a motion and a second.
So moved. Second.
Okay. So now are we having discussion on this item by Chancellor Maldonado?
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. These two items are similar in that they're using approval, we're requesting approval of HERF 3 funds. One of them is for funding of a campus security camera emergency generator power system. It was described in your agenda packet. And the other is funding for a touchless campus project as described in restrooms and in other areas of our facilities. And I'll offer up Mr. Hines to answer any questions the trustees might have. The campus security cameras is funded at $1.7 million, and the touchless campus is funded at $2 million, both HERF 3 directed funding. Thank you.
Yes, I recognize the trustee, please.
Thank you. I have a question. So what is the balance of HERF 1 and HERF 2? Have we already expanded all of HERF 1 monies?
Yes, ma'am. HERF 1 completely expended and recovered, and then HERF 2 expended and recovered. And both of those contributed to the bottom line that we saw at the end of fiscal year 21. A lot of that money, obviously, more than half went to students of each of those funds, but then also helped us recover the losses that we saw in drops in tuition fees and via enrollment. And then other costs, like I mentioned earlier, signage, PPE, hand sanitizer, those type of things, all the disinfecting we did constantly all day long, extra security. So those have completely been recovered. We've maximized our return on those and taken care of the students and the college.
Thank you. I just wanted to know the balance, but thank you for all the other information. So on the HERF 3, what is the balance on that one?
Again, it's roughly $57 million. You'll see that in the finance report at the end of these projects. On each one, $57 million for students, and I think it's $57 million for institutional.
So it's 57,
It's about
1 and
100, I think it's $102 million total.
Oh, that's even better. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Questions? Discussion? Okay, well, hearing none, we're ready to vote on this item.
So this will be a vote to approve items B and C.
Yes.
One vote for both items.
Okay.
Adriana?
Receive.
Copy? Thank
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
I didn't want to say it ahead of time, but that was the best surprise ever, so thank you.
Very good. That's what really did. Thank you, Marshall. Is there a motion to approve item D, authorized budget increases for the Challenger STEM project funding?
So moved.
Second, trustee Riker.
Has been moved in second. We will now have discussion on this item by Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Trustees, this is a request to increase the Challenger STEM project funding for various reasons that are listed in the packet. We really look forward to being the latest and most current Challenger project in the country. There are 3 Challenger centers in Texas, one in Harlingen, one in Waco that are part of the TSTC system. There's one in San Antonio that's part of the Alamo College system. And with all of the advent of space travel by multiple private companies, of space exploration, of launches from here from our very own state, planned launches from Brownsville, Boca Chica, there's a lot of STEM demand that's going to be growing. In the excitement from anywhere from middle school students to our bachelor's and hopefully, associate and hopefully bachelor's degrees in STEM fields related to support of space exploration, medical applications, artificial intelligence, and so forth. This is a great project, and we bring forward for your consideration funding it at the level that will allow us to implement this as it's been envisioned and was rolled out a few years ago. And with that, your permission, Madam Chair, I'll turn the floor over to Marshall Hines to make the presentation.
Thank you, Chancellor. I would like to bring up Dr. Villengrauer-Glover. She's probably standing behind me right there. I wanted her to talk about the program, so she's going to do part of it, and we're going to do a little bit of tag team discussion for you, so I'll let her begin.
Thank you, Marshall. Thank you, trustees, Chancellor Maldonado, and colleagues. And I think Chancellor Maldonado said it all, but I'll just be, I'll emphasize some of the information that Marshall has provided in the PowerPoint that you have in front of you. So it is with really utmost excitement and hope that I present information regarding our Challenger and STEM project. And so as many of you are aware, in partnership with the Challenger Foundation, HCC's Challenger STEM project is an approved project The Challenger Foundation provides the prescribed project interior design, fabrication, and installation, which has been successful across the country. And I know we can all remember the tragic event 35 years ago. I remember working in DC when I heard the news. We lost 7 heroes that day. We lost an elementary school teacher, first teacher in space, the second African-American astronaut, the second female astronaut, and the first Asian American astronaut. The Challenger Foundation, as a result of that tragic event, was organized by the surviving families killed in that event on January 28, 1986. And since that time, this Challenger Foundation has supported and installed 40 locations across the United States. And like the Chancellor mentioned, in Texas, there are one in San Antonio, located at San Antonio College, where I attended for a semester at Alamo College, Texas State Technical College in Waco, and Harlingen. So the Challenger Foundation is well known, like Chancellor Maldonado mentioned, across the nation. And their mission is to educate, inspire, and motivate elementary school, middle school, high school, and community college students to explore studies and careers in the growing space and STEM industries via a fun, hands-on, immersive experience with stimulated flights and experience requiring problem-solving resolutions. So it's a true K through 16 pathway for our students and our aspiring generations to come. Numerous mission options are utilized, and the Challenger Foundation, I think, perfectly aligns with our HCC's mission and student success priorities. And so we all know that there is a tremendous growth in STEM and aerospace education, and many of y'all have a really deep, deep passion for our STEM careers for our students. And we know the projections of the STEM careers out there, not only in engineering, but also in our new artificial intelligence program, robotics, just so many endless opportunities. And I think this is the most critical time for us to be involved and collaborate and partners with agencies such as, of course, NASA, our new Space Force, U.S. Military Space Force, Blue Origin, Virgin Galactic, and SpaceX. And I always think if Captain Kirk can go up to space, our students can go up to space. So there's incredible industry growth potential for employment, as we know, within our HCC community, not only for our east side, where I am, of Houston, but I think throughout the entire HCC region. And this is a critical time and the right time to do this of any other time. We are committed to design the Challengers STEM project to strengthen and boost the enrollment of not only aerospace for our STEM students and educate our community on the growing opportunities. And it's also a great opportunity to grow our other centers of excellence, such as, like I mentioned, engineering, our new artificial intelligence program, and so much more. And even our new teacher ed program, I just can think of endless opportunities for this Challenger Center that's going to be just so, so beautiful. And so our design research has created exciting enhancements, and with Marshall's help, fiscal responsibility to this previously approved project. And I just can't say more about it. I'm just so excited about this opportunity for all our students, our community. Dr. Laredo and Dr. Temez, we were at the parade at Magnolia Park this past weekend. And, when we talk to students about what we offer at HCC, I just can see hope in their eyes. And I know that this project will really help our students achieve their dreams of going into space, but not only going to space, about just helping designing things in the STEM fields, being interested and engaged. So what does the value of the Challenger Center bring to us? And I apologize, I wasn't even looking at the slides. So what value does this Challenger bring to our HCC community and our students? Well, we know it introduces our students and our community to STEM studies, and it's a catalyst for the STEM environment. It creates stimulated space shuttle missions and problem solving with a sensory-rich experience with sight, sound, and touch environment. The things that our students need to really see what is possible besides just reading in the textbooks or seeing on TV. This facility will really bring in the excitement and engagement. It allows students to work collaboratively, problem solving, assign experiments, and problem resolution with a half-day mission. It also enhances our student experience and offers in-person and online. We have worked with the Challenger Foundation the past couple of years to create the ability to stream Challenger programs across the Houston Community College system in concert with our HCC telescope and astronomy program. And I just coincidentally found out that today the Challenger Center awarded $2.9 million of NASA grant to expand program offerings. Their grant will fund development of new Earth-themed simulated mission and translate 3 center missions in Spanish. So this Challenger Center, the grant that they offer, offers, leading STEM programs, and their funds, this new grant will help develop an Earth-themed center mission, Earth Odyssey, and Earth Mars, and Lunar Quest from English to Spanish. So again, so many more opportunities for our students in our community. So I'll allow my colleague, Marshall Hines, to now present the history behind the retail space where the Challenger Center will be located.
Madam Chair, if I could, before Mr. Hines gets started. My old boss, Mike Reeser, Chancellor of TSTC, has recently been named to serve on the board of the Challenger Center. And he and I are very much at the conceptual stage. We're talking about what a Texas network of Challenger Centers might look like, and how can we apply what we learned from COVID in terms of having remote facilities and sharing the experiences for students to interacting with other students throughout the state in a collaborative STEM learning environment. So I just thought I would mention that as an addition. Thank you.
Thank you. So I apologize for the length of the slide deck, but there's a lot of information, and I had to go back and look a lot into the past and do some archaeological work on a couple of different things. One was the Challenger project and how it's originated and how it's morphed over time, and also this retail project out at Eastside Campus, which dates back to 2014. But I want to echo what my cohort said in terms of being able to stream this. Challenger didn't have that before we talked to them. Now they have the online program. They've advanced that with COVID coming on. We can now use those same rooms for STEM teaching, and you can now bring not only K through 12 students, but now the college students can also go there and work as well. And so these are dual facilities. But the theme of this program is that what can we do there strategically that helps us out with this project. We've got a piece of land that is a great piece of land in terms of visitability for HCC. We have a very rundown retail center, and if you recall, we toured by that during the bus tours. And then we have a beautiful campus behind that, and just to use a ballpark in today's dollars with the 4 buildings and a garage, is probably in excess of $200 million, and you can't really see it. And when you do see it, you see this retail center. And over time, this project has kind of morphed a little bit. And so we try to fit all these pieces together. And this project for Challenger, when I arrived, actually was being planned for the Frogga STEM building, which was it was under construction. It was a brand new building. And we had the Challenger Foundation appeared down here and spoke to a group of community members and talked. But once I learned about what Challenger was, I said, you're asking children to go across the corridor, which ruins the experience. Then you're asking them to intermix with college students and then share restrooms and things like that. And so we began to look for a different location where it might fit in and still be visible. And this is certainly a visible location. So kind of going down some of these bullet points, it was acquired, the retail center at HCC back in 2014. And the sales price was about $12.5 million. And I believe Trustee Glazer was the one trustee that was here at that time. I think that's correct, during that date. And so then the current HCAD value is $6.5 million. That's post the I-45 modifications, the big flyover change they've made. Post-sale, HCC had some problems with some outside legal counsel, and they did not enjoin the tenants in the purchase. And so that harmed HCC a little bit, and they had to spend some extra money. And what that meant was providing more time to these retail tenants that were supposed to move out immediately. They were given the idea and opportunity to stay longer in the program. And from what I read in the original presentations were the college wanted to tear the retail center down immediately upon purchase, and then it could not do that because of the tenants staying in behind. So when I arrived at the very end of 2017, they were in the process of sending notices out to the tenants, and I said, just time out. I said, we have no plan for it yet. On what we're going to do with the retail center. The tenants are in there. They're paying, I think the number was $900,000 a year in lease income. And so for 5 years, we've collected $900,000 a year, and now the tenants are being moved out, and they're leaving the area. And you'll see we have 2 left. We also have, the retail center was voted, and the Jacobs Facility Assessment, which we did back a few years ago, and of all 76 buildings, this one ranked the worst in terms of condition. And the 5-year deferred maintenance cost that I looked at was $11.024 million at the bottom there. And the 10-year deferred maintenance cost is estimated at $13.6 million. So that's the investment. If you remember, we've got this outstanding roughly $400 million deferred maintenance. So HCC's invested minimal funds in the retail center pending this project because we didn't know what we were going to do with it. There was really not a concept for that. So the redesign of construction at I-45, I showed you some renderings. We looked at this before COVID started, renovating the retail center, and we showed you some architects' abstract designs and what it might look like to clean it up a little bit. Woodridge Plagic blocks the view, as I said. There's been 2 other closures there. I'll show you those on a slide. And Dr. Glover went through all these, so I'm going to go fast forward through these, and you probably also had a chance to read them. It's all about the Challenger Foundation. She covered all that in her discussions. So if you look at this aerial, you see the blue, you see the Learning Hub, the Technology Workforce Building, Student Life Center, Felix Morales Building, the Angela Morales Building, the Eastside West Workforce 2. You saw all those buildings during the bus tour. And then the kind of the yellow ochre color, you see the retail center property site. And then you see the parking garage that's there. And we see the back end of that towards, that's our front door you see off of I-45. And so just a collage of this when you're actually on the east side retail center and you're in the middle of the campus, you're looking at the back side or the rear end of that retail center. So there's dumpsters, there's trash, it's in really bad condition, and that's what our students and faculty and visitors see, and you see when you go to visit. So we've got 2 remaining tenants that lease there, and I'll show you where those locations are. Just again, looking at this, going through this, I'm going to go fairly quickly. Here's a close-up of that back side. It's a very terrible image for people coming to our campus. And this is kind of starting to look at, revisioning, reimagining what we did to the retail center. This is with the view quarter opened up. So now you can see the roof, the red roof of the building. You can see that from I-45. We'll have our big pylon sign out in front. And you see we've demolished part of the retail center. So we go forward with it, and again, you heard the proximity of all the contractors there, why that location is close. There's such good traffic on 45 and on Loop 610. This could be the capstone for the STEM program enhancement for people to visit. We could avoid a $13.6 million spend over the next 10 years. 2 of the busiest intersections of North and South 45 and South Loop, East and West. And then easy access by a lot of ISDs. This is where it gets a little more detailed, and I think a little bit more interesting perhaps. The pink tenants, the Army-Navy Recruitment Center is one of those tenants, and they will be out of there. That would not hold up this project by the time we go through design, by the time we go through procurement, and we bring all this forward. Their leases will have expired, and it's time for them to move on. The Progressive Medical Center is a very small, like almost single practitioner, and that's our other second tenant, and they're on the far left side of that center. And then you see those three red boxes that are highlighted at the bottom along 45. The first box, this kind of a square, is a Denny's restaurant. Their business is very slow. I expect them to close at any time. You see a triangle there. That was James Coney Island. They dropped out as well. And then the next little square box was a Pappas Seafood House restaurant. And it's very rare to see a Pappas restaurant close, but that shows you the difference that Highway made as they raised it above the retail center. And we are what's called a destination institution. Well, people, they give more thought to where they get their education than do their lunch, so they're not going to think about the food and restaurant unless they see it. They know that we're back there somewhere. They just need to come find us. Shows you how big this tract of land is that we have to work with. And this kind of starts to show you what we would do. And so in starting in the top left corner, the retail building demolition to open the view quarter, that's a separate project with its own funding. The stem shell space, that's almost two-story space that we're saving of this building. The foundation and structure of the building actually is in pretty good shape. It's everything else that's in bad shape: the roofs, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, the sewage, etc. You got the Challenger Learning Center will be right square in the middle, and you've seen prior renderings of that. We've showed you where the buses arrive and drop the students off, and then the STEM shell space on the right. And then the far right in the blue, the future shell space or retail or classroom space in the future. So strategically, if we can find some complementary retail tenants that want to be in that location that are complementary to our campus and to our mission, and they meet the criteria that they look good, it could provide income on this piece of property. If it's not, it will just be cold, what we call a cold, dark shell where it has no lighting installed in it, and then we can build it out at a future date when Eastside continues to grow. Here's another shot of that, a little more close up. You can see the orange and pink. That's the actual footprint. And just a reminder, I've presented several times what the Challenger program does, but they fabricate and designed and installed, and they just got through retooling about 18 months ago, their program. They put it, once we make our down payment, they put it all together. They truck it down here. It's installed in this box that we build and bring the plumbing and MEP systems to that, and then it gets built out, and then we begin to have operations. And there's that front door, the HCC East Side. That's the visibility you see from I-45 now, and there would be a Challenger logo up there as well. And you can see how better the campus looks as you look toward it. You can see actually over the top of the retail center. So a capital project that helps identify HCC as the college of choice. It creates focus on HCC and STEM, aerospace, space programs, and not to mention again that from here, all this can be stemmed across anywhere in the system, and students can be moved and provide transportation to the Challenger between colleges. And again, looking for a way to create an image for a new STEM program enhancement for HCC, but also save and reduce our deferred maintenance. And if you recall, with the sale of Fox Lake, we reduced $14 million by selling that building. So even though we haven't had the money to start spending money to defer our maintenance repair and reduce that number, it keeps growing, at least by starting to right-size our footprint that we have and eliminating some of that by taking down two halves of the building, basically, you save that money. And so it's kind of closing that out. Is it in person and online with community access? It's us in the Challenger Learning Center and enjoying HCC as we empower every student to see a future in STEM. And so recommendation is to approve the addition of $4.5 million of the restructured project 2.0 Challenger STEM project budgeted with, if you recall, we contributed about $32 million to the fund balance from 21's bottom line, and then a portion would come out of there, the 4.5, and then we would eliminate about $9 million of the 13.624 that would have to be spent over years. So you're really saving $9 by spending $4.5, and you're getting a new facility, a new program that serves the entire system for the balance of that. And so I'll stop right there and be happy to address a lot of questions.
Okay. Are there any questions or discussion from any of my colleagues? Hearing none, then we are ready to vote on item D. Oh, wait, I see you waving, I'm sorry. I recognize trustee Temez.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, I'm having trouble with this contraption I'm on, but I just wanted to say that this is, the community's really excited, the kids are excited, and it's just it's been long time in planning, and so I just asked for my colleagues' consideration. Again, the community, the kids, it's just something that they're excitingly looking forward to, and I see this as a benefit across the system that would benefit everyone to be able to come there and benefit from this space. So thank you, Madam Chair.
My pleasure.
If I
Trustee
could
Temez?
just a
Yes, I
comment.
recognize Ms. Hines.
So I spent a couple hours this week and a couple hours last week with Dr. Humphrey, and so we've been talking about the reimagining of Acres Homes, and so this is very similar to where you're reimagining a space that is something else today and trying to convert it into something else. I'm excited about what's going to be on the north side and Acres Homes, and we're going to have that big pylon sign there, and we talked about how we reskin the exterior and kind of create that splash there. And so this is another project that also creates that re-imaging of what is a rundown retail center. So thank you.
Yeah. Any other discussion? Yes, I recognize trustee Laredo.
I pass by there all the time. I go eat at Denny's, and so I'm excited about seeing this happen sooner than later. We need it, and we need to hurry up and do it. So, and it'll be a great addition for all of Houston and all our students, and being a former teacher and principal, we always try to take the kids down the street to NASA, but it got so expensive, and so I'm looking at this being a partnership with our schools and our community, and so that it's affordable. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, seeing none, we are now ready to vote on item D.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Okay, received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion failed. With a vote of 3 in favor, 4 opposing, 1 abstaining.
Okay, thank you. We'll now moving forward. Is there a motion to approve item E? Yes.
Who opposed the space for students and the space? Who opposed? I can't see the list.
In favor was trustees Laredo, Reichart, and Temez. Opposing trustees Flowers, Linton Gary, Glazier, and Skillen Jones, and abstaining is trustee Vatner-Stallworth.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve item E, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for September 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We will now have discussion on this item by Chancellor Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With permission, I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Hines to present the monthly investment report, financial statements, and budget review for September 2021.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chairman, and trustees. Hard to believe it, but Chancellor said it's September 30th. We're, I was done with October and moving into November. So enrollment in person classes continues to grow up, and we're excited about that. We're still not back to where we were in 2019, which was the last pre-COVID year, but HCC is doing well. It appears that our tuition fee enrollment is improving and a steady basis. and we're excited about that. Looking at our investments, we've got a return of 0.05, which is exactly almost 11 times less than what we were earning last year at this time. But short-term interest rates continue to remain low, but there appears there may be some opportunities for some long-term trending up of interest rates to help with that. And we continue to follow the policy of the board with high liquidity and high security, and we're strength there. We have exceeded still the 6 months of days cash on hand, and we have an extra 90-plus days in there. So every day is worth about $850,000, and so we're very strong in our position compared to our peers across the state. Looking at state appropriations, you'll see we've got our first payment of $7.6 million, 12% of the total annual budget of $63.6, and if you remember, that is trimmed down just a little bit, but we're going to recover that through the HERF 3 funding. We'll capture that $2.5 million shortage there. Tuition fees continue to roll up on our annual budget, 43% of that, of $98.7 million. And just a reminder here, too, that as I've said in multiple meetings now, that fiscal 21 was our biggest recovery year in terms of lost tuition and fees, but also in some other lost issues. I'll just mention this here, that we have coming up on the 17th, 2 or 3 at least leases that will bring income to HCC that we've been talking about doing. And so we will stop recovering those leases once we start collecting the money for those. And so some of that will drop off and not come out of HERF. It'll be coming from the tenants that are now living in the space. And that's the way it should be as we prepare to move forward beyond having any HERF. I want to make darn sure that HCC is prepared to be sustainable without HERF to back us up. And so, again, as I mentioned in the last presentation, trying to right-size our campuses and reduce our expenses where we can get there and still be the community college of choice. Moving on, budget HERF lost revenue recovery funds were $11 million for this month of September. Total revenues and fund balance transfers were about 62.5 or 16.8% of the year. And then $10 million was transferred for the fund balance for the deferred maintenance. But as I've told you before, we're going to keep that under the recovery plan and keep that under Tier 1 status. So we will not look at that in terms of spending any of it till the end of the fiscal year to see how we're doing, to make sure that we're doing great. Total HERF recovery funds to date are $101.99 million, of which 16.5 relates to the fiscal year 2020, and then 70.85 relating to fiscal 21, with 14.64 going towards FY22 HERF. And then if you look at, there's a complete summary. If you've not looked at your packages, there's a complete summary also on page 9 of the HERF funds. I think it's something to be proud of. It's something to manage so far to date, $102 million, and having done it well, where you give so much money to the student aid programs and the families and the children and the students have a chance to use that, and the college does not take a ding financially for having to take care of the campuses and having to take care of the students so we don't have infection, and still keeping people in-person classes and then transitioning to online. You look at all the things we've done. I was writing out a list the other day, and it's just an incredibly long list of activities by a lot of people. Saigon Tech is we're not getting any tuition from them during this COVID process, and so we'll be able to go back and collect any lost revenues we have. I think it will be about $100,000, but every little bit counts. That if we have a loss and it qualifies, we will recover that. And then looking forward to the budget book that memorializes fiscal 21, that's heading to the printer, and we should have those out shortly. And I'm excited to get that out and to you guys to take a chance to look at it. Houston economy continues to pick up. There's a lot of real estate deals, there's construction deals, there's businesses moving here. A lot of the workloads, people are backlogged now. Still a problem with supply chain, as you see on the national news all the time. There are hundreds and thousands, if not millions, of containers out in our ports. And until that slug of stuff goes through the port, it will be very hard for us to get back to normal. And you've heard all the threats about Christmas presents and things being there. I don't know if that's hype paid for by the retailers or whether that's the truth on the Christmas goods. But I can tell you, long lead items, like one of the items we're looking at on the rock high water, rising water resiliency project, I will tell you that one of the pumps that was priced a year ago is up 50%, and it's a pump that's like $1.9 million. And so that's the kind of escalation that you're seeing in some things. And again, nationally, inflation, if you watch the business news, that we're looking at 5.9 to 6% inflation this year, and that will continue to possibly increase our expenses of consumables that we have around the campus. I'm still concerned about food service for the students. We have worked really hard with several of our vendors, and there's just not enough in-person volume yet, or they're still bringing their lunch from home. So we still have vending machines. We are putting that vendor into default because they have not performed. They're not filling their machines. They're not keeping them lit up. And so we have some pop-up with our retailers, and they're losing money. And so we're still trying to keep some food available, but it's been difficult. And since I didn't have to go through those two big presentations, I appreciate that. Inside all the break rooms, they're going to have the touchless. We're going to allow employees to go back into the break rooms, and that they won't have to touch anything, even the microwaves. There's a way to work with that. So that should make the visitation better as people come back together and see their friends again. I mentioned that we're still on Tier 1, so with Tier 1 comes the hiring chill. We still have that in place, and so we're managing the salary, which also includes the benefits. The direct turf funding, we're managing the money we had. Also cover our recovered losses, expenses. We don't anticipate, we continue to have a massive decline in what we spend to protect ourselves from COVID, and so that we don't see much of that going on. Enrollment, as I said, continues to inch forward. Still have a much higher enrollment in online, and it's dropped actually a little bit the last couple of reports. We'll be reducing the HERF leasing losses with those upcoming leases, and I'm excited to show you those. So all in all, for the first year of fiscal year, the first month, we are in good standing and good stead. And I appreciate your time to share these ideas and reports to you.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Any discussion? I recognize Trustee Stallworth.
Is this page 2, executive summary as of September 30th? That you have the unrestricted revenue highlights, 12% for state appropriations, tuition and fees 43.4%. And total revenue and fund balance transfer 16.8%. What am I missing for 100%?
So which is the item you're looking at?
Unrestricted revenue highlights, state appropriations are 7.6 million, which is 12%
Correct.
of the total annual budget. Tuition and fees 43.4%. And then total revenues, fund balance transfer, 16.8%. Should these percentages add up to be 100?
No, those are only percentages of those dollar amounts. And so you could have all kinds of different percentages depending on the size. Like, for example, ad valorem taxes, look at state appropriations, you look at tuition and fees. Ad valorem taxes, for example, that's our largest number. We've had budget, I think, $181 million. And you see almost nothing in there because we just everybody paid their taxes. So you aren't going to see any of that till October of this year, or November, December, and maybe January.
So our state appropriations of 7.6 million, or 12% of the total annual budget of 63.6 million. So we're expecting 63.6 million?
Yes, ma'am. That's what we budgeted. That's less than we have gotten in the past. It comes, I think, 7 or 8 months out of the year we get paid the amount, and we usually get about $67 million. But that $3 million a year loss, we're going to submit to HERF, and we'll recover that and be made whole on the state appropriations.
Okay. I was looking for the loss. I didn't know where how
Yes.
we were going to make that up.
No, the percentages won't add up to 100%. And again, that's a good example of, HCC needs to be strong and resilient so that when we go into fiscal '23, if the state appropriations are down yet again and not increased, there won't be no HERF to fall back on. So that's why we need to get right-sized.
I guess that was my question, is without HERF, what do we look like?
Yes, it would look different.
Yes. Thank you.
Well, again, just a reminder, last year we recovered everything that we lost out on. We recovered and more. And then this year we have that same opportunity, but it won't be as much because we've increased our tuition fees. We're getting the leases up. We're getting back on our feet. And I continue to look for opportunities to create revenue and reduce expenses wherever we can, because that's the one way we're going to get there. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we are ready to vote on item E. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hines.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, Sharon. No, we don't have any closed session items, and with that being said, this meeting is hereby adjourned at
5:44 p.m. November the 17th is the regular meeting. Well, we have the 15th for canvassing.